I'd like to call the meeting to order. Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Microphone check. Okay. All right, roll call.
DeYoung, no. Stratton,
Here.
Heltonen, yes. Trumbull,
Here.
Sherman,
Here.
Merchant,
Here.
Milnick.
Here.
I'd like to introduce our new member. Michael Sherman is joining us. And you're serving for 2 years, right? You're completing David's.
I'm not sure for sure. I made a commitment to whatever's needed. So
Excellent.
yeah,
Thank you.
I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, thank you. We're very happy to have
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Welcome.
you. Okay, any adjustments to the agenda? I think the only thing I would adjust is 6B. We need to strike the word excused and just say absent. It's my understanding that we're not supposed to put the word excused in the agenda, that it needs to be agreed upon during the meeting.
Yeah, and probably absent as well.
Okay. Oh,
It's
so we should just shouldn't put anything until we do the roll call.
unless you wanted to put in like resigned. I could check on that.
And that would be 1C also, right? And
Yes. So we're striking 1C, 1 and 6B. We're not striking the chair's report, we're just striking the excused absent part. Anybody have anything else? Any additions or amendments? Can I have a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
I move that the agenda be accepted as presented. Or as amended. I'm sorry, as amended.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. The motion passes. Declaration of conflict of interest pertinent to agenda items. Okay. Number of people in attendance. We have our zoning administrator and our Leah Zoom expert. And one Zoom attendee, excellent. Okay. Public comment. I have no response to past meeting public comments. For public comment, there are 2 opportunities. The first is now, and the second is at the end of the meeting. In-house, any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the PC. Public comments shall be carried out in accordance with the following rules and procedures. Comments shall be directed to the PC with questions directed to the chair. Any person wishing to address the PC shall speak from the lectern. Persons may address the PC on matters that are relevant to township planning and zoning issues. Even though there's no one here, I'm still going through this in case somebody comes. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding the time needed to answer a PC member's questions. Public comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per person, and to avoid unscheduled debates, the PC generally will not comment or respond to public comment other than to ask a question. Silence or non-response for the PC should not be interpreted as disinterest. We have no public hearings today, so we'll move on to approval of the minutes from the January 14th meeting. I'm just wondering, because they called the January 21st workshop a special meeting, if we need to be doing something with that. I mean, we didn't create minutes.
It was a special meeting on January 14th.
I know. Oh, I know, but on the 21st, they called that a special meeting as well.
21st?
The workshop
Oh, right,
was listed as a special meeting.
right. So as I understand it, the minutes will be the report from Michigan State.
Yeah. Keith was gonna do a report, but I don't know if that happened. Did anything get presented to the board? Okay. Okay, so we'll deal with that once we've got the report from Michigan State. So the January 14th meeting minutes, which are included in our packet.
But it's a special meeting and not a previous regular meeting. It's the previous special meeting from the 14th.
The January 14th meeting.
Yeah, item number 4, approval of minutes of previous special meeting of January 14th. You have regular meeting on your agenda.
Okay, thank you. Under
I'm not-
board action, that's where I read it. The planning commission will discuss this subject with Giffords Webster. This was about the fencing ordinance.
Oh, okay.
What page?
On page 8, I was trying to clarify with Randy whether we were gonna have Giffords Webster look at the zoning ordinance. With regard to fences.
I thought that's what we had talked about, that we were gonna see if they would.
Yeah. Okay, that's what's in here. Does anybody have any changes? I didn't have anything written down. Okay. Can I have a motion to accept the minutes as presented?
I make a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
Second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Okay, correspondence. I don't have any correspondence. The zoning administrator's report.
You actually did have correspondence from Linda Long,
I was gonna cover that when we,
but that was correspondence regarding the
the road ordinance.
private road ordinance. And on my report, land use permit 2025-03 should be 2026 and 2026-03 and 4.
And your report, okay.
In my report. Yeah, it's just a copy paste from last year to this year. Sorry. Does anyone have any questions? Just to give you an update, the ZBA did, and we didn't have a ZBA representative. I won't put Scott on the spot, but the ZBA did approve the withdrawal of the variance request from 2023 regarding the Baggs Road variance regarding the distance that was requested. Exceeded the 4-to-1 ratio, and the applicant requested to have that withdrawn, and that was approved. So that was, the attorneys were involved from Fahey Schultz. They have sent us a resolution to be signed off, but the ZBA chair has not yet come in to sign the paperwork. Wendy said he'll be in tomorrow morning to sign it so that she can sign it, and then we can get it completed, and then that will be submitted to the Court of Appeals, because it'll make the Court of Appeal docket number that we had come back to us in June be moot. So that was part of that variance withdrawal as well. So the ZBA did not need to determine their, go back and reevaluate their findings of fact to support the decision they made back in 23. Anyway, that's kind of all I had. I know that Wendy wanted to get a handle on the training and know how many people she needed to sign up. If you wanted to do online training, or if you wanted to do training at Helena Township for the citizen planner. If you've already completed it, just let Wendy get her a copy of the certificate. But if you haven't completed it, you can take it online whenever you want this year, or you can, but she needs to still sign you up and get you a code to get online with Michigan State. And or you can go to Helena Township on Tuesdays for like 4 Tuesdays from 6 to 9 in the evening and do it in person. She just needs to update her records on that.
Is there any update on the Elk Lake Trail suit?
Oh, yeah. Let's see, January 26th, we had another court date with the Denise Heidish case. Denise did not show up, so another bench warrant was issued for her arrest. We had a amicus brief filed by another member of the township, basically claiming that Whitewater Township is not enforcing the zoning ordinances properly, and that short-term renting your home is an approved use. So the attorneys will be, a new case, or a new court date has been set for February 12th. I don't have a time. Briefs have to be submitted to the judge. The judge will be evaluating the zoning ordinance itself on the 12th. I think there's at least 3 attorneys involved at this point. Not counting how many we have involved, but one other firm with two attorneys from it. So it's turned into quite a interesting situation because 2 attorneys showed up, both from the same firm, and didn't know about the other.
Oh,
So one was representing Denise Heidish, and another one was representing someone else in our township that was pursuing to get involved in the situation as well. So, yeah. So February 12th, the judges will get new briefs, and then they will take those and evaluate them, and then we'll hear at another date, probably March, April, and we'll move on from there, and then they'll decide if they're going to move forward with, getting a judge, a jury selected so that we can continue the process.
thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions for Deb?
Thanks.
Thanks, Deb. Okay. Okay, the chair's report. So Keith emailed a letter. He is resigning from the Planning Commission effective immediately. So I will move on to my report, which is that we need to elect a new chair. So
May I nominate Reen Stratton?
I'll second that.
are there any other
Does she
nominations?
accept first?
Yeah.
I need to ask if there are other nominations first, don't I? Or no?
No, if you accept or not, then
I
you move on
accept
to
the
others.
nomination. Are there any other nominations? No? Okay. So we'll vote.
I need a second, or I didn't hear a second.
Oh, we need
yet.
a second. Oh, we did. Randy seconded.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Roll call or just an assent? Okay. All right. Peltonen, yes. Trumbull?
Yes.
Sherman?
Yes.
Merchant?
Yes.
Milnick?
Yes.
Stratton?
Yes. All right. Well, I appreciate your support, and I'm going to need a lot of it. So I've got my cheat sheet for my Robert Rules of Order here, and so we'll see how it goes. But thank you. I appreciate
So
it.
we have a vacancy of vice chair then, right?
So we have a vacancy for vice chair. Do we have any nominations for vice chair? I will, hang on a second. The role of the vice chair is you act in capacity of the chairperson. In her absence, in the event the office of chairperson becomes vacant, the vice chair shall succeed to this office for the unexpired term. That almost sounds like we didn't need to vote, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the PC shall select a successor to the office of vice chairperson for the unexpired term. So those are your duties as vice chair.
And Denise was elected secretary last time.
Yeah, so.
And Randy can't hold office because he's our board member.
I know I can't be the chair.
that would,
Volunteers.
It says the township board representative may not serve as an officer of the PC, so I think you can't
Yeah.
be any of them.
that's what I thought.
Thanks for trying though, Deb.
I guess someone with, managing meetings, running meetings, facilitating meetings. And other than that, we'll just look at you until you volunteer.
Why are you staring at Scott?
Because I'm thinking, I don't know. I just thought he might have,
If you have to be an officer, it's probably the one with the least responsibility, except that you do have to run meetings. But I do tend to show up to meetings, so you probably, unless I'm sick.
and then next year, you can,
And it's
volunteer.
only 1 year.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
It's just a 1-year term.
Sadie. I know Sadie has a lot to. Okay.
Should we rock, paper, scissors?
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors.
You hear the train going by here?
Oh,
I nominate Sadie.
Oh, Scott.
I second that nomination.
I accept.
Okay.
Yeah, excellent.
Excellent. Tried to save you, but
We need a vote. All in favor? Oh, we need a motion, right? Or does the nomination count as the motion?
What did you say?
The
Scott said.
nomination counts as the motion.
Okay.
And Michael, was it you that seconded?
I second that.
Okay, if I could, since we have new members here, could I just remind everybody when they make a motion, they say it with their last name instead of I second, because I can't always tell who it is. So just appreciate that. Was you?
Sherman seconds the motion.
Thank you very much. So we just need the vote.
Can we just do an all in favor?
I believe that's a roll call.
Oh, it's a roll call.
all right. Trumbull,
Yes.
Sherman,
Yes.
Merchant,
Yep.
Milnick,
Yes,
Stratton,
Yes.
Peltonen. Yes.
Excellent. Congratulations, Sadie.
Thanks, Reed.
Okay, it's going to be a great year. Let's see. Denise, do you have a report?
No, I do not.
Okay, Randy, Township Board.
there's 2 items from the township board. First of all, as you remember from the last meeting, we sent the private road ordinance to the township board. That'll be going to them for their meeting next week. It'll appear in the packet. There's a memo that's been written from Rena and I to the township board explaining what's been done and basically sending it to them for their thoughts and steps forward. There's some different options. They've not looked at this yet, so that will be on their agenda next week.
And we're including the correspondence that we got this week
Wait,
with that?
if
or-
I remember, the correspondence said it wasn't need to respond to that or at this point, but there'll be more discussion, obviously, with the board about that, so.
Okay.
And there may even, it's likely to be a public hearing on that. So I will find out what the comments are. I was trying to understand what was meant in some of those comments, and I couldn't quite follow it, so. Anyway, we'll find out. And the second item is the budget. Tim Aarons has sent out an email to all the various departments indicating that our budget is due, or we need to work on a budget essentially. I have not done anything with it, and I thought maybe Keith had mentioned he was going to, or I'm not sure exactly. Or I know Denise had some conversations about that as well, but we'll need to work on that between now and next month, our next month meeting, and present a budget to you for consideration. There's a lot of question marks in there in terms of the costs that might be associated with the community survey, as well as anticipated meetings we have for the year. Many of the things, I mean, it costs money to have meetings in terms of what people are paid, and we have to estimate that. So I'd look for volunteers to help with that process. Besides Denise.
Thank you. Besides Denise, besides.
Primarily Denise.
Yeah. Do you want me to kind of go over that?
Sure.
Okay. Right now?
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. I'm pulling up the budget that's been projected for the Planning Commission. The main things that we need to decide is how many meetings we're going to have. We have 12 regular meetings on a month, and then special meetings if we have other items to review. And we have a couple of bundles of zoning amendments or ordinances to review. And if we have anything else in addition to that at one meeting, it's kind of a lengthy meeting. I don't know if you want to think about maybe, I don't know how many bundles we have left, but what's the plan to
There were
do?
4 or 5 total.
Yeah, so maybe every 3 months or something. And so that would be 4. Not that we have to have them, but we could put them in the budget so we have the money if we so desire. And there may be something else that comes up that we may need a special meeting for. Sometimes there's a surprise public hearing or.
Do you want to, would it be appropriate to print out copies for everybody so they can be thinking about it?
Well, the categories are, I can send you the budget. It's just one page.
I know you had sent it to me, but for some reason the emails
I don't.
disappeared.
You want me to print copies and hand them out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
thank
have
you,
it on
Deb.
my computer. Oh, you do? Okay. It's starting with Department 400.
I know training's gonna be a big one. We're gonna have quite a few
Right.
people that need training.
Yeah. So that's true. We have citizen planner is $250 if anybody is going to take that. So how many people are planning on taking that this year?
We have to, so.
Yeah,
That's 3.
3.
Oh, there'll be another person too to replace.
Yeah,
it.
so
That's
4.
Yeah.
So that'll be $1,000 for citizen planner.
Do you know how much the in-person one is?
It's the same
Same
price.
thing.
Price, okay.
Yeah. And doing it online is great, but when you go in person, you get to meet other, commissioners from
Yeah.
this, and that's always a nice way to network. There's also this webinars and seminars and workshops. I don't know if anybody's planning on attending any of those.
We're supposed to be doing an additional
One
one
additional.
every year, right?
Yeah,
Yes. We're going to learn about one in a little bit here too from that.
but I'm just guessing most of us won't stay overnight on a
Oh,
two-day.
you mean if we go down?
If we go for a 2-day workshop, sometimes you can do one, or you know somebody in the area you can stay with and visit with while you're. But if I put down a 150 a person, that should be adequate. There's some that are 135. There's some that are 75, and you have early registration or things like that. What do you think would be a reasonable estimate per person?
That's for lodging?
Or
just
no,
travel?
just the workshops. Some of them are just one day, and some of them are at the Grand Traverse Resort. It's 2 or 3 days, but they're here, so
Right.
you wouldn't get your.
I think that'd be reasonable, 150.
150 times
Per person.
150 times 7. Am I guessing? Yeah. You guys are going to have to keep me on track here with math. Okay. Postage. If we have one survey, I got an estimate from the last survey you did. Let me just. open
I
it.
know for the postcards, it was $600 and some dollars in postage.
Trying to. I just asked Wednesday for it today, so I know it's hot off the press. Cost of postage. Um, Okay, the previous STR mailing cost was approximately $1,300. Postage was $600, printing and labor $700.
Right.
So that's $1,300 for that mailing. I'm not sure, was that sent to the parcel owners, the property owners,
Yeah, it was using the property tax.
and not the voter registration?
Right, so it's a little shy, yeah.
So you might want to include the voters because those would be renters in that
Yep.
survey, so that might be a little bit more. So at 1,300, well, the postage.
Yeah, that's
you, Deb.
printing and postage. The postage alone was 600. So maybe 800. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So 800 for the survey.
Well, so that was for a postcard. The survey, I'm assuming, is going to be more. than
So I guess
postage.
there's been no decisions about how the survey is to be done, is it?
No.
Is it?
Right, we're still collecting quotes.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a quote. I've got some recommendations, and I can tell you that they were Survey Monkey, which I don't think would be enough, Networks Northwest, Beckett and Rader, Catherine Summerhill from NMC. She has her own firm, and Networks Northwest. So I'm guessing from my conversation with another planner that Summerhill was about $8,000, and they entered the data to be tabulated.
Was that only online?
She said it was a mailing, but probably, you know, the labor costs they were saving. So they could get it for $8,000, but it can be, as you know, I mean, what was some of your estimates? 20,000?
No, higher.
Yeah.
30. Yeah.
So, you know.
Okay, so I mean, we're not going to get this done tonight, right? I mean, we need to get more information. So
Well, we can send this to Trustee Aaron's, and you know, he can kind of put it in. But March we can kind of rethink it and redo it, and before the board meeting the following week. Is that correct, Randy?
Yeah, I did not get a chance to talk to Tim since his email from a couple of days ago
Yeah.
about the timing of this, but you know, there's the whole process plays out through February and March.
Yeah.
And the new budget takes place, April 1?
And even if we don't, we can do it the March meeting, and if it's different than what they have budgeted for us, they have, hearings, public hearings, and we can bring up comments and thoughts that what we think it should be compared to what they put. But we have to be able to justify what we're asking for. And usually that's the annual report. And we can do the annual report and discuss primarily what our goals are for this year. What do we want to accomplish? What we want to work on. And then that works into what, supporting the budget request.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And we don't have an annual report yet.
No, but
Right.
yeah, but we can get the budget recommendations, and then we can talk about what our goals for this year sometime during this meeting, and then write up the report, and by March
Okay.
review it. So we can have both of them come out at the same time in March.
So we still have the March 4th meeting to be able to
Yeah,
bring everything to closure.
To
yeah,
finalize the budget? Okay. To
Yeah, to
finalize
make
what
any-
we're submitting?
yes.
yeah.
Okay.
But-
Okay. And then the annual report, Denise, do you want you and I to just work on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that okay with anybody? If anybody has anything they want to add, to the annual report?
Well, we should have a discussion about our goals for this year that we're going to be working on
Yeah.
at some point, because that's going to be part of the report.
So there's not actually a due date for that annual report?
I know.
I mean, it's not like it says by such and such a date. So, I mean, it obviously should be in the first part of this year to report on what happened last year. So we have,
Right. And well, the catch is that we need it to support the budget, right? And the budget we need to
Yeah, by March.
have by March 4th.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be our end of the line,
Okay.
except for the public hearings, if you want to come to the board meetings.
All right, so what would be appropriate in terms of adding that in here?
So education and training, I'm just going to pencil that in right now as 1,000. Well, if I add it to citizen planner, that's 2,050. I'll put 2,000. Sounds better.
Do we want to just leave it the same as last year? 2,500?
2,500, if you want. We can't hurt. So that's under the projected?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The postage, 800.
So
I
I
have
think,
more than one survey.
well, there's going to be a survey and then there's probably going to be a second workshop. So I think we probably need to cover
16.
postage for both of those things.
Okay. Are we going to have a newsletter of any sort? I don't know. I'm just asking. Does anybody see a need for a newsletter? Okay. So 1,600. And this isn't, this can always be amended later in the year. If there's something comes up and we need more money, we request it from the board and
Okay.
they can approve it. The office supplies.
Wow.
what did that,
4,300? What happened there?
Where did that
Is that
come
where the
from?
printing went? Well, even the printing for the postcards wasn't that much. Is it, I thought, isn't somebody making us booklets?
yeah, but
with
it
the-
hasn't been done yet.
Okay.
And so that can't be, I don't know what that's for, what that was.
Denise, do you know where that number came from?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
On my line item, when I got a new laptop, my new laptop went into that line item as an office.
Office supplies, oh,
Expense.
Oh.
Under planning commission or?
Did-
or
so
zoning?
under, yeah.
No, but just in general, yeah.
Would that be ours? Well,
So,
Did you get a new
Software
one?
And my laptop went.
I don't know if
into
it's
that line
new or,
Right.
item. And my toner.
It looked new.
it looks new, yeah. I mean, it
Mine's
seemed-
definitely not new.
yeah, some are new and
I know, but there
some
was
are
a lot
not.
of new, software that was purchased too.
I think mine is
So
new.
I think it was, keep in mind, they changed
Yeah,
systems over to BSNA and.
I know they
wasn't
had to get a
smooth
new,
Transition to say
Adobe.
exactly what went into each line item.
okay, so it's probably got software and things in it as well.
But if you get with Wendy, you can find out what's in each of those line items.
Is that where the Zoom cost is for?
Well,
Software support.
We have software support, that's true.
11,000.
yeah, that's, you can see from 24, 25, it was 1,264 up to 11,000, so that's probably, we can kind of put a question mark in there for right now and ask
For office supplies?
software support. If
Oh,
there- if
software
there-
support.
It may be some type of proration between the departments. I don't know.
Okay.
Mileage.
So office supplies and software support, we've got questions on.
Yeah. salaries, if, the salaries were based on, well, their salaries and wages. I'm a W-2, so I'm a wage.
Mhm.
Okay.
If you went to any training classes, that would come in under wages. I did clarify on that one. Salaries are when you attend your PC meetings, but your wages are if you go to classes or training or put in extra expenses that you attended something or whatever.
It's the actual cost of the class or your time?
It's your time.
Oh,
I don't know if we go to a class, they pay for the class, they reimburse us, but they also pay for your time.
You'd have to talk to the clerk.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I
don't-
didn't-
Salaries versus wages, and that was what I was told as well, was salaries is part of the meeting that scheduled the regular meeting, and then.
like now.
The
Mhm.
special meetings and everything else, and it may be special meetings too, I don't know. There again, it was going from one system to another system, and
Huh,
they did that flip in July, August area.
okay.
I mean, what you may wanna do is just meet with Wendy and get an understanding on each line item before you try to discuss it and hash it out, so that you know what.
Yeah.
apples to apples.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be better, easier.
Yeah. So do you? I'm just going to put 12 regular meetings. I'm just going to,
Right.
and then how many special meetings do you want to estimate? We don't have to use them all.
Right, if it's 4, estimate 6.
Mhm.
We're going to have to justify it.
So we're gonna have another workshop, right?
Yeah.
I know we had at least one 48-hour notice special meeting last year.
We had 2 special
two.
meetings last year.
Okay.
And if we don't say that, if we think whether there'll be more or not, they'll just go with 2 special meetings. So I'm just.
Well,
if
so
we-
that's 3 right there.
Yeah,
Plus our Giffords and Webster.
yeah, if we're going to have additional,
Could be 4.
if we have 4 bundles,
Yeah, I think 6 actually isn't.
you want to go with 6?
Yeah, I think it's not far off. I mean, I think we could easily hit that with the Giffords Webster stuff.
But are we going to have a special meeting just for those? I mean, it would be great.
That was our plan.
Mhm.
Is it? Okay. You
Yeah,
think-
this
okay.
this was unusual to combine it with a regular meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, 6 special meetings, okay. We don't have to worry about Social Security, Medicare. Professional services, that would be the person that the consultant for the survey. And,
And Giffords Webster, right? Yeah. And probably Leah for the Zoom.
Leah might be,
That might,
there might be in there.
I think that we need to, like Deb said, have Wendy maybe go see if she can tell you what each one of these are, and then we can
Mhm.
revisit it for sure.
Okay, if we break it down by category, the cost that we think it will be, like for Zoom, I'll just write Zoom, and then they can tell us which item number to put it under, like
And
software or professional services.
I know Tim told me, let's see.
So maybe we can ask him, how much are we paying? But I think professional services, maybe K would be under.
I don't know what category I'm under. I
would
think
say you
professional
were-
services is
You may be under
engineering.
wages, too.
Right, I think professional services is engineering, consultants,
Yeah, okay.
Gordy Fraser, et cetera.
You might wanna just make a list of all those questions and then take them in.
Yeah. So how about you give me the list, Leah and the recording secretary, and what I'll do is talk to Wendy, and she can give me an estimate from like last year.
Or just get a definition for each of the categories on what type of things have gone into each of those line items. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
all right.
I was trying to find Tim's email that he sent me where he said what Leah costs per meeting. I thought it was $850, but I'm not sure about that. So we can plug some numbers in when we get some answers to this and then present it at the March meeting for everybody's final review. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
And dues and memberships, our MAP, our Michigan planner, I think that was the fee for 2 years because we paid for it very close to the end of the year. So they said they could give us an extra year. So we might not have that, but I don't know of any other memberships.
Right.
MTA.
Well, I guess this is a good point to bring up. Does everyone have their training manuals, the planning and zoning, the red book, any of those? Do you have any MTA manuals at all?
I don't know.
Have
Okay.
you received them?
Yes.
Okay.
So which ones did they say for you that they said you should have? Is it 2 or 3?
I believe I got 2.
The red book? Okay. And then planning and zoning, a big, thick green one? Yep. Okay. So those 2. And then we'll have another new member.
Randy, the reference books that someone's printing for us do we need to cover that printing cost?
I don't think it's that substantial.
Okay.
You're talking about MTA stuff, or are you talking about stuff that we produce internally?
I thought we were talking about getting everybody a copy of the zoning ordinance and the master plan. And
I think Deb has a copy of the zoning ordinance, but then we wanted to get everyone make sure they had a copy of the master plan, the planning act, the zoning act, the open meetings act, all of that stuff.
This book.
So that's just a matter of photocopying it.
This one?
There's books in the drawer over there for anybody at a meeting that needs a copy of the zoning ordinance already.
yeah, I thought we were like getting our own copies. I thought that's what had been discussed.
I think
Yeah.
that's preferred.
Yeah.
That you can take it home with you then,
Right.
Yeah.
but
So having it on your laptop isn't sufficient? I don't know.
not for everybody.
Laptops to everybody too, that's a lot of paper in addition to the laptop. too.
Yeah, no, I thought that was what we had been told before, but yeah, I find it more helpful to have a hard copy so that if I'm looking at,
Well, it's nice to
Something I
have both
can-
actually, so you can search, like if with
Right.
electronic version, that's why I use that to search for words.
well,
So we'll get that for you. I mean, that's
okay,
just, some of those, the planning act is like 20 pages. It's not much.
okay. I just didn't know if we needed to include it in our budget.
So, and I'm writing this down, so the master plan and zoning ordinances.
And the Planning Act.
Do we work with an accountant at all with our budget and our forecasting?
The town board does, but not the planning commission typically.
So who prepares this? I'm just curious.
Um,
We do, just, okay.
And then this is one slice of the entire township.
So we don't have, none of this is on QuickBooks or itemized that way or anything like that? Okay,
No, just
hence the questions. Okay,
Excel spreadsheet,
Yeah.
Gotcha,
Excel spreadsheet.
deputy supervisor.
gotcha.
It would be great though to, like, once we have clarification on these, to do something so that we have clarification for next year too.
Put some notes in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would describe, we're assuming so many meetings at such a cost. And
Yeah. Anything else the mileage reimbursement, I think, would probably be minimal. I would say max $100. Just, I don't know what it is per mile anymore.
72.5 cents for 2026.
Okay.
If anyone takes the class over in Helena, they would expense their mileage on that too.
So where does where does would it be considered professional services, like the survey cost? Or would that be under,
I think that's where we need to clarify with Wendy.
right?
I think that included a number of different vendors.
Right,
Included
like
Giffords
Giffords and Webster
and
and
included,
Gord-
Gordy Fraser and somebody else was in there. Not, I can't remember.
Okay. So that's probably gonna be a big number. And then, publishing and printing, like the printing of the postcards, right? Which I think was $800.
So that was the notice of the workshop.
And so we'll be doing that again.
So that was 800 is what the cost of that.
I believe, I think so. I think Denise has that information. The printing of the postcards for the workshop, wasn't it 800?
7.
Oh, 7, okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm sure we'll have some sort of printing costs associated with the survey, although it might be included in the in their fee, I don't know. So we'll have to look at that. But we know we've got at least 1,400 under printing
For the survey?
for the postcards for the workshops,
Okay.
if we go that route again.
And which item number are you doing?
902 for under printing.
902 printing, okay.
It would be interesting to track, you know, like what the cost of working through the STR ordinance is. You know, like the costs for the workshops, the cost for MSU, that would be a professional service, right? So we'll need to add that in there. The postage, the meeting time, you know, just to have a sense of what we spend on things like that. Maybe I'm the only one that thinks that would be interesting.
No, I think it would be.
Yeah, it's
The
been,
whole public would think that was interesting.
Right.
Right.
Legal fees may be in your professional services too.
Right.
thank you, Deb.
Okay, so Denise, do you want to get something scheduled with Wendy and you and I can meet with her?
We can, between, yeah, we can do that after the meeting, what
Yeah.
you have available for time.
Okay. All right, does anybody have any other information to add for the budget?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. All right, and then we'll also work on the annual report. Denise and I will work on the annual report as well and present that at the March meeting for feedback and
Okay.
input from you guys. Okay. All right, so that was still the township board report.
Yeah.
Okay, ZBA representative, Scott, do you have a report for us?
So since I was just in the audience, Deb did a really good job of summarizing that. I think that is sufficient.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to unfinished business, Giffords Webster.
Okay.
So we need, everybody has a copy?
Joe, are you able to let them in?
Yeah, so I have Jill
here.
and Andy in the panelists, and I'm going to unmute. They are unmuted now, and they can go ahead. And then Jill or Andy, just let me know when you're ready to share your screen if you have any presentations. So,
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Thank you. Hi, everybody. We're back to discuss the zoning amendments. Let me try to, if you could, was that Joe? Sorry, was that your name?
yep.
If you could let me share the screen, that would be
Okay.
great.
You should be able to go down to the bottom, and then there's a,
Oh, send a request. Okay,
Yeah.
I see it.
and
Yep.
then we'll allow you to share, and then go ahead back to the bottom and then share
Okay.
your screen.
So I am going to. All right. I hope you can see this. Can you see it?
Looks like it's coming up. Let me make it a little bigger, and then if you can make it bigger on your end too.
Okay. And you should have all these materials in front of you, Planning Commission. So I'm just essentially sharing these memos for now. And if we need to jump into something else quickly, I can definitely share that. So I mean, whether you can see this or not, I'm very happy to just continue, and I can point to where in the documentation I'm talking about, if that works for you all.
Sounds like a good plan.
Okay,
We can see.
great. So,
Just for the purpose of summarizing here, your memo describes the history here of our first meeting in October when we looked at the existing language of the COPUD. And then again, we discussed that in November.
Yep.
And now we're on to actually looking at proposed rewrite language of the COPUD, which looks like you're renaming that to M72 Corridor Overlay District. Is that?
yeah, just because we don't want to confuse it. It's not really a PUD anymore based on our language, so there's really no purpose of calling it a PUD anymore, if that makes sense.
It does. It does. I'm not sure that everyone, we have a couple of new members here who weren't part of the conversations from October and
Okay.
November, so they may not be clear on how we got to where we did, but there was discussion about that. And that the complexity of the COPUD and the confusion inside the language left it hard to work with, even though a number of projects were approved as COPUDs. The thinking was that it would be better to morph that into an overlay district for M72.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's good background. The one major point we took away from last meeting was that PUD process review, discretion. A lot of that we took away. So it's no longer being reviewed and kind of applied for. It's just an overlay that's just going to exist in any sense of the future development in that area. So I think that was one of the challenges. It was kind of this challenging process with different review process and different review standards. Now we're just trying to simplify it and make it a true overlay. So I'm very happy to just go over these quick changes and kind of themes that I cover here in the proposed text.
Andy, would it be
Yeah.
helpful, and would it be helpful if we explain what an overlay is for the newer members on the Planning Commission?
Sure.
So we understand, I think there were two of you that were brand new.
I am. Yep.
Okay. And so I don't know how familiar you are with zoning, but just, for anybody who might be listening and not really sure what that is, an overlay zone is a zone that essentially sits on top of any of your existing zoning. And the benefit of that is that you can create a set of standards like some cohesion, and Andy will talk about how this specific one would work, where you're trying to create a certain kind of character in a district or in a corridor without changing everybody's zoning that they already have along that corridor. So it's a way of unifying an area without going through and wholesale changing people's zoning for people's property. So.
Thank
Yep.
you.
And in this purpose, we mostly made it a design and site overlay rather than a use overlay by any means. So the way we're proposing it is that the uses permitted in the underlying zoning district, i.e. industrial or C1 commercial or residential, are still the same and those don't change. it's more of the site specific and building specific regulations, such as landscaping and access management and dumpster enclosures and things like that, that we're trying to just create a very simple, unified vision for. So yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Jill. That was a good quick summary on overlays versus underlying zoning. So yeah, jumping into this list of the kind of the key elements we changed since that November 24th meeting. Like I said, the underlying district permissible land uses will still be the same. We're not changing those. We are delineating the geography of this overlay as the lots that are fronting M72 from the Western Township border to Cook Road, but accepting the V1, the village 1 zoning district lots, which are under that jurisdiction, because there is a distinct vision there that the city wants, or the township wants to continue with. We also just use some very simple screening of waste receptacles, mechanical equipment, and parking lots. We have standards there that we added. We added standards to make sure that long facades are architecturally interesting with different features, you know, that there's different architectural elements that break up a blank wall that can be very visually boring and not a great aesthetic on such a heavily traveled corridor. We also provide for some access management standards, requiring different kinds of pedestrian access to buildings, as well as creating an option for people to opt into shared access drives, so that you don't have driveways scattered everywhere along M72 and on such a fast, vehicle speed limit road. It's nice to consolidate driveways and curb cuts so that there's hopefully less vehicle accidents. And then we provide for some landscaping standards that are more, in our opinion, measurable. So, for example, a standard that requires a certain amount of trees per certain amount of frontage, rather than kind of a very subjective or discretionary form or COPED section. That landscaping section that exists is just very up to the planning commission and very up. So nothing wrong with that, but very up to the review body. But that can be difficult for a developer and for somebody coming in to do business in your community, not knowing what is expected of them. And then we added some signage standards. So just really making sure signage is in the form of ground signs and or wall signs. So like the monument signs, those nice signs that have like a base that is perhaps, architecturally designed, and or a wall sign, so that, I think a lot of times, pole signs might be a little bit less desirable in a corridor that you're looking to spruce up design wise. Any questions about the text as drafted? As you'll see in the memo, we have blue underlined text for what was changed from last meeting. Added from last meeting, I should say. So those are really the key points that you would want to pay attention to.
I have 2 points or 2 questions to bring up. I think page 4, 605B. So there's obviously screening and landscaping and signage requirements elsewhere in the zoning ordinance. So this is saying that these requirements supersede what's in the rest of the ordinance. That's correct?
Correct. And it's a good point. I think we'll want to do a quick little audit of the ordinance to just make sure that these requirements are not less, perhaps less stringent, because we want to make sure that there is definitely a unified, design and standard across the board with this M72 corridor overlay. So it is a good point. I think the intention was that if there's a standard that says you only need to plant 1 tree per 50 feet, and then another standard that says you only need to provide 1 tree per 100 feet, the 1 tree per 50 foot would rule.
Okay. So you plan to look at the rest of the ordinance to see?
Yeah, and we might make a couple tweaks just that perhaps strengthen this M72 corridor overlay section more than the general standard in the zoning ordinance for any other development. We definitely don't want it less stringent here, if that makes sense.
Yep. So then my other question is on page 3, item 6.02, the delineation of this district. You're describing this verbally here, but it seems like a lot of overlay districts are also shown on the zoning map itself. So that so
Get that on here as well, map.
So it's essentially doing what I think we all envisioned what you have here, that it's basically the parcels fronting on 72, but showing that on the zoning map as an overlay with a hatch pattern or some kind of graphic symbol. Was that your intent as well?
Yeah, we should definitely do that. I think that just sets the expectation and the standard better for the entire public when they see something on a map like that.
Can we add reference, to refer to the zoning map in 6.02 under?
You could, yeah,
below
there's
the-
nothing wrong with that, and we can just add a quick sentence there that this is we can find a way to do that, I think, somewhere in this whole section.
Yeah, there may be another section somewhere that does that generally.
Yeah.
So we'll just look for that and maybe mirror that language just
Yeah, it's
for consistency.
It's there. There's a whole chapter on the map and the districts and so forth. So it's added there.
Is there any concern with pieces of property that are very large that technically are on this corridor, but could be many acres set in? So they technically are part of it, but if you're defining a piece of property, it could be a very large piece of property that could wander into agricultural areas. So would there be a limit to the width of this area that you're thinking, or not?
I mean, that's a good question. I know that, I think in the past there was a standard where it was just within 500 feet of the center line that the corridor, that the COPUD, the old way we called it, applied. I mean, you definitely just want your front definitely pertaining to this, but I don't know if you can then I don't even know if one would be allowed to split a lot to then have, something in the rear that doesn't apply to that doesn't have this overlay apply to it, because you need frontage to split a lot. So I really don't know if it matters anyways, but
Then are we getting into that situation that we've already had where the zoning is cutting through?
Yeah, and now it bisects many lots with the 500 foot from the center line.
yeah, that's true too. It's an administration issue when you have to make it, an interpretation whether or not this use is allowed here versus here.
I would suggest, though, we look at the map with all the parcels on it and actually, I took a start at that, but it's not, it needs to be reviewed by the Planning Commission, and we need to look at everything parcel by parcel, I think.
I agree.
That'd be good to put on your new agenda for 2026.
Thank you.
We can get a large map of the entire corridor with all the parcels on it and see what should be
And
included.
looking at it consistent with the future land use map too, which is what
What did you say, Jill?
I was looking at your future land use map as well.
For overlay zone.
Is your mic on?
No, it's not.
I did, but I was.
To Randy so no one could hear me.
Okay, well, we'd come back to that then, the details of the
Mhm.
parcels. That will be maybe a planning commission task to look at them individually.
Can I ask a question about 6.06? I'm not sure if I'm jumping ahead or, because I can wait.
No, I think this is all free discussion about all the
Okay.
corridor overlay.
Is it typical that waste collection areas have to have masonry enclosures?
Yeah, that's a pretty typical standard for like commercial and industrial development.
Okay.
Yep.
I have a question about 6.08B about the sidewalk. Is this like the walkway in front of the building, or is this like a sidewalk along 72? Because right,
Yeah, I mean technically it's a sidewalk along M72. Your current COPUD has a little provision that says that pedestrian pathways should be provided, but it is kind of discretionary if I recall correctly. So you did have something from the current COPUD ordinance that kind of suggested that sidewalks be included. That's why we decided to just put it in here as something more set in stone. I understand at high speeds, maybe it's not the most
I mean,
It's not a pleasant walk.
pleasing place to walk. But I think that's really up to the planning commission to see if that's something you'd want going forward.
Because I think there's also school bus stops. Do you remember that we had a citizen come in and talk to us about the bus stops and stuff? So in that respect, it doesn't seem like sidewalks are that outlandish.
Yeah. If you have school buses picking up and dropping off on M72, you definitely want sidewalks then. So this would just be a way to
What's that?
get the property owners along that corridor to eventually put them in as they develop.
yeah, that's beyond. I think it's by bags, but I just think it's crazy that buses stop on 72.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
tough one.
I mean, it just seems weird to have sidewalks along 72. I don't know what kind of corridor. I just don't know if that's the kind of corridor that's gonna be created there. It doesn't seem fitting. I mean, even like walking in front of tractors, it just doesn't seem like picture a sidewalk in front of Tractor Supply and like just. I don't know. That's weird to me. I don't know who would be.
Do we want to encourage pedestrian traffic there? Right.
Right. Like, I don't know. I don't think that's something we want to encourage along that roadway.
Are there other trail networks that it makes sense for this area to be a connecting space?
Not in that area, I don't think. Can't think of any.
And just thinking about it, I usually don't see anyone walking along that corridor,
No.
Yeah,
even in the
I've
summer.
seen a few, but they're pretty bold people.
Yeah. Like, I don't.
Thanks.
Yeah.
There's no sidewalk or pathway or anything now?
Mm-mm.
No.
Not
Okay,
really.
well, that might be why no one walks over there. too.
Yeah, it's-
Right, it's hard to say.
Chicken and the egg, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, depending on what businesses go in there for sure, but right now,
Well, that's the thing is
where are you
you're
gonna go?
looking forward and towards build out of 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
And what does this look like? And that kind of speaks back to the corridor plan that we talked about, needing to get some of that material. What is the vision for 72 in the long term? Is it
Right.
an auto-oriented big box haven, or is it something else? And, I don't think the community's made that decision yet.
No.
And that's a really good point that you haven't fully articulated that vision yet, which may be why. And I know that there was a lengthy discussion about this particular section last time too, that maybe this is a way to kind of we're addressing, like Andy was saying, we're addressing some of the appearance standards. We're trying to make some consistency in the area. Maybe this is a good placeholder or something to maybe tide you over in the short term until you get that vision solidified. And then it will be much easier to create your standards around that vision.
So does that mean it makes sense to keep this in place now or to remove it and add it later?
Well, if we're really addressing, like we were talking about, the access management, those are really good things, screening, the landscaping, just some of those basic appearance and signage that at least gets you more than what you would have today in terms of standards. But they're not probably anything that, if something got built today under these standards, well, I guess that's not really, you wouldn't have something developed under these standards and then later your vision comes out and your regulations take a step backward. Like this, I think, would at least move you a little bit down the field, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Would you say so, Andy?
Yeah, this is just kind of a stepping stone to get some
Exactly.
appropriate
It's a better
design
word.
consistency, but you could further articulate a vision more later on after you do a little bit more outreach, take some, do some public engagement, do some planning steps, and focus on it more on a visionary standpoint.
Right. Because you do, looking at your current zoning map, you do have a lot of like significantly large parcels, like we talked about at the very beginning, I think. And the question is, are we just talking about the frontage? Or are we talking about the whole thing? And then we talk about sidewalks and what's our expectation for how people travel through this corridor. That is a bigger question. That if you're not, solidified around that does make this part a little bit harder.
I feel like there's nothing worse than a sidewalk to nowhere. That's why I'm asking about, whether we include it now or not, until we have our vision. What happens
the
if some-
sidewalk portion, you could pause, you could put a pin in that. You could say, which you could do, you could do a couple of different things. You could say, unless, like, that you require it unless the planning commission waives it, or you could set it up so that you could build the sidewalk, or you'd have to create another ordinance for that, to do a payment in lieu of the sidewalk. So they're contributing to a sidewalk and pathways fund. And maybe you look at, we're going to just get our kettle of money ready, and then we'll do all of the improvement at the same time. So that's another option that you could look at later. But if you think you ever want to do some kind of a sidewalk or shared use pathway in that area, it's probably good to start it sooner rather than later.
So there has been some discussion and conversations with TART, the Traverse area, about connections, and along 72 was one possible route. There's a lot
That's
of
what I was wondering. Yeah.
There's a lot of different scenarios, and they've been focused on other areas. But
I think I tend to agree with you. I mean, unless the sidewalks are almost master planned, it's more ad hoc if you're trying to use an overlay. And most of these parcels are big. It's more of an industrial corridor than and it just, to me, it almost invites liability too.
Right.
So if you're requiring this and you have someone that's adhering to this, and then you have one stretch of sidewalk and then you have grass, right? So it almost needs to be master planned, in my opinion, to get a usable, and it should be strategic to walkway areas that people want to use too. I don't really want to walk in front of Tractor Supply.
And safe crossing.
I mean, I would like to walk to the ice cream place from where I live, but I mean, that might be more, but maybe it's more, I don't know. And I don't know how far, does the corridor go past Williamsburg to the
It goes from basically Cook Road all the way out to the casino. or
Okay,
the
so it's going,
west.
and down that way, it's all industrial, right?
Well, yeah, it is. There is a lot of industrial,
Yeah.
south side of the road particularly.
I mean, the only non-industrial I can think of is the ice cream place and the butterfly place. I mean, so
Yep.
I
Which-
think that, to me, if it wasn't in here now, and then later on, you have the option to add more specificity to it and have more understanding of what TART might want to do, or, have more of a comprehensive master plan of where you want people walking. I think that would be the appropriate time to put it on there.
Yeah.
Is this along M72 or old M72?
Just M72.
Just
Old
M72.
M72 is the village district.
Which
Um,
definitely did sidewalks.
Right.
Yeah,
But-
where you'd want sidewalks there
but-
in the village district. Yep.
But I'm referencing between Elk Lake Road and Cook Road, because that's the stretch that goes to this elementary school.
Mhm.
And on that road, sidewalks would make more sense.
But you're talking about old M72.
Yeah, but
which
this
isn't-
is
which isn't
strictly
part of this, right?
M72?
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I want.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, that needs to be more of a thought out master plan process.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
That
the
gets back
idea
to the
of,
corridor vision plan that we
Right.
talked about, that we
Yeah.
don't have, that, you know.
Right.
We can take out.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
We can take out the sidewalk requirement right now, and that's probably something
Yeah.
you bring in. Perhaps it's something you bring in later. Or,
okay.
yep.
I did like the idea of the pot of money, so that if somebody came in now, not just because I like having a pot of money, but just, that if,
Who doesn't
then
like
if we
that?
decided the money would be there to put them in. But then I also like what I can picture more readily than sidewalks going in is M72 being widened,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Right. And
Would-
the eventual sidewalk might end up being, depending on how it plans out, maybe that's not right on the frontage, but maybe it's behind or it's through the middle of the
Right.
area.
right.
So there could be different ways that you could tackle that, that
Okay.
aren't right on M72.
But it sounds like we want to pull it for right now, right?
Sounds good.
I support that.
Sounds okay. Yep. All right. Anything else on the overlay as provided? Okay. I can move on to the PUD if that's okay. All right. I will move on to the PUD. We made a few changes since that meeting in November. This one was a little bit less substantial in terms of the changes than the corridor overlay was.
Yeah,
We brought back in the references to private road ordinance.
Just a moment, Andy.
Oh.
I think,
What page?
I think our material got, when it got copied, we have it.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
It's
Okay.
in- So that would be.
It should be the new memo that's the PUD section.
I think
update.
that's the last group of material in your packet.
Yes.
Yeah, I
After
might be out of
31 is
order
the
on
new
what
one.
you've received. I think, so tonight I'm going to go the corridor overlay, which we just did, then the PUD, then
Okay.
the
That would be page
development
32.
process, then condo.
Well,
Okay.
Okay.
it's bundle one.
Yep. Oh, and I'm sorry, I didn't change the date from last meeting's memo. The memo says October 30th,
Yeah.
but we're far past that. So,
It does have the right date on the bottom though.
it does, yeah, it does have the right date on the footer. So it's the PUD memo.
Okay.
Yep. So for amendment history, we talked about this in the past two meetings. From November's meeting, and I want to be clear about this memo or the language that follows this memo. The proposed language was pretty much we're proposing pretty much a repeal and replace type of I guess strategy or technique to this amendment. So that's why in the markup of the proposed language you pretty much the key changes. I simply just underline and highlight. I don't show everything in track changes because that would have just been too burdensome, too confusing. It would have been crazy. So the key changes since November were that we put back in the references to the private road ordinance. So those are remaining in this ordinance. We added the ability for PUDs to be allowed in commercial zoning districts, whereas they used to only be allowed in residential districts. And should I just give a brief overview of what a PUD is, a planned unit development? Would that be helpful for the
Sure.
new members?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, so a planned unit development is a type of development style a property owner can apply for, where they essentially ask what they usually do is they ask for some minor deviations or modifications from the existing ordinance. It's not a variance in the sense that it goes before a zoning board of appeals, but it's like it's an integrated kind of development style where they can ask for a couple little deviations from the zoning ordinance with the understanding that they are providing usually a higher quality development, a development that has tangible and impactful benefits to the users of the site, and that really speaks to and meets the community's goals in planning and master planning. So it's usually it's usually a development that's envisioned by the city and the city or the township, the municipality's planning efforts. But they might, ask for a couple small deviations from the zoning ordinance to meet those goals. A lot of times, a lot of communities have used them for housing. So essentially, a community could had PUD ordinances that allow for different kinds of like density increases or clustering or smaller lot sizes as part of a PUD that enables them, because of the fact that they're perhaps providing preservation of land, or they're adding playgrounds, or they're dedicating a public park, or they're doing some sort of, substantial community benefit as part of their development. The way your current planned unit development ordinance is written is very much so a residentially heavy planned unit development ordinance. The fact that it only allows PUDs in residential and agricultural zones really speaks to that. So jumping kind of back into our suggested changes, we're looking to open this up to commercial zoning districts as well. Just because there's a chance that maybe a commercial, a business wants to, have, something unique on their property as part of their site. Perhaps they want to put solar panels in, or they want to add a larger height because they want to do mixed use, and they're adding aspects to their development that are kind of hard to zero in to a zoning ordinance, and they're asking for some sort of relief. We added that commercial office and medical uses can be developed as a planned unit development. That was the key change from last meeting. We also added some open space changes. So last meeting, we discussed briefly that the current open space requirement is 50% open space. We brought that down to 15% open space requirement. The other aspect is we revised the density section. So the density section currently has these very interesting indicators that you're supposed to divide the net acreage by to reach a certain density. And I think it's just going to be easier if you just have a blanket base residential density standard, and that is that the number of allowable residential units shall not exceed what 120% of the base density would be. So you're allowed to do a little bit more, but it's a little bit more consistent from residential district to residential district. That was most of it. Are there any questions about these changes?
I think I just have a typo, 7.06A.
Yep.
I think it should say, provided that the planned unit development eligibility requirements are satisfied instead of requires.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good one.
And I don't remember, did we come up with the 15% for the open area? Where did that come from?
I had it in my notes, as did Stephanie.
Okay.
And I apologize, Stephanie unfortunately left our company for bigger and better dreams. She took a great job, but she definitely enjoyed working with you. So I'm sorry we didn't even announce that when we started.
Not that we're not awesome, but
Stephanie was pretty awesome.
Of course.
we're very excited for her.
Yeah.
Her passion is and just as a side note, her passion was really around these two plans that she helped write for a nonprofit in Southeast Michigan called Make Food Not Waste. And they're helping communities reduce food waste in their waste streams, getting it out of the landfill. As part of an EAGLE initiative, actually statewide. So hopefully, so her new position is to actually implement the plan that she helped write.
Wow.
For the city of Southfield. So us planners, we don't often get to implement plans that we put together. So it was something kind of near and dear to her heart. So we're sorry to see her go, but we're excited to see what she does with that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right. Well, yeah. Thank you for accepting our little side note there. But yeah, that's why it's Jill and I tonight. So, yeah. Any other questions about both Stephanie and I's notes had the 15 to 50.
Okay.
I don't know if that was on purpose or if that's not what you recall, then we're very happy to change that.
No, it just seems like such a big change. That's, and I couldn't recall where we'd come up with that number.
Yeah.
So I wanted to circle back to that for a moment, though.
Okay.
The density issues. I know we exchanged a few emails about that. Can we provide some additional background to the Planning Commission so we're clear on what this is doing as far as increasing I guess on the one hand, we want developers to take advantage of the PUD requirements because it can provide much more interesting and creative development than if they go develop conventionally. So there's an incentive here for them to potentially get more homes or a greater variety of uses on a property than they might otherwise. Although, in our case, it's a little bit unique because we have a cumulative zoning system here where if it's zoned commercial, you can already have residential in it, just the way the districts are structured. Now, I think in a future bundle, we're going to get to that, whether we want to continue that in its entirety. That's just the way it was created back in 1976 or whenever it was first developed. But anyway.
We can show a plan if that makes sense, a little like a parallel or yield plan versus a proposed cluster. Let me just pull that up real quick.
Okay.
Because it looks like originally our original wording would have allowed 115%. And so now we've bumped that up to 120. And then we've also greatly reduced the amount of open space. So it seems like we're really increasing the density.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's harder to get your head wrapped around percentages than it is to see it graphically. And I know that, it takes time to obviously produce something that everyone can get their head around real quick, but. Okay.
And that's, I think, one good reason to make the change to that section where you've got the dividing the net acreage by 0.92 in this district, by 4 in this district, by 0.27, it seems it isn't as clear to the reader what the goal is with that. And so I think the 120% is a nice, and whatever the number is, it's the same number in all of the districts. It's whatever you're allowed to have plus 20% more if you're going to be using this option.
Yep. So here's an example here's an example of what conventional zoning can provide by through like a condominium subdivision. So essentially you would get 95 lots of single family homes in this space using conventional zoning. So complying with all of the lot widths and lot area standards. And then here's what perhaps a planned unit development could provide. And I'm trying to find the exact number of homes this provides.
Is that the same lot?
Yeah,
same
it's
lot.
the same lot.
The same number of lots, right?
I mean, the
I
whole
think
parcel.
The parcel.
Or
The
roughly.
parcel is that's the same parcel.
Yeah, the same broad parcel tract of land is the exact same.
That looks like a lot more than 15% of open space, though.
Yeah, this would probably be like a requirement of 50% open space or something along those lines.
I can try to track down what that one was.
Yeah, let me see what that number is.
See it on that one. I can look up in the.
But essentially, it's saying if you're allowed to build 95 lots based on the base conventional zoning standards of lot width, lot areas, and such, you can do 94. Ooh, sorry, I already forgot. 95. You can do 95 times 120. So you would be able to have what that equals, maybe 105, 110. 95. That'd be 114 dwellings within this space versus the 95.
That
With the
one,
understanding, and you would review this planning commission, so you would be verifying that there is some sort of community benefit, that there's that the development is meeting kind of your vision when it comes to residential development in your master plan and in your planning efforts. So you would have discretion to pass this. It's just that, yeah, that would be the maximum density that could be provided, is that 120% over the original, 20% over the original technically.
So the idea is you're incentivizing this open space network by giving them additional units, and you're getting open space and so
Open space, or let's say it's playgrounds, let's say it's a pathway that connects to a vital school or another vital pathway in the community, something that you've deemed is a community benefit and offers for high quality living. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of times it is open space, because I think a lot of communities obviously place high regard and high attention towards preservation of natural features and such.
and you can see they did put a pathway in. That's the little loopy line at the bottom end of that plan.
Yeah.
And that was through it was through their preserved area, but it was, I would say like a natural area. You can see it does back up to a highway, but it was an area that was deemed higher quality than maybe what they had in the front part of the site.
So how many lots are on that, in that
I
design?
think that's what we're trying to dig up, but nonetheless,
Yeah.
if it is more, which it might be.
If it was, I don't think it was that many more.
Yeah.
I
And
recall.
it's the fact that the planning commission approved it because they decided that this preservation, this pathway, Perhaps the units themselves maybe were higher quality. Maybe they were built with like a brick or a higher quality material than maybe the homes that maybe aren't always required to be, built
And if
that
you
way.
notice here, these are attached units. And so if you looked at the parallel plan, they were not attached. So that was one of the other things that was, the developer was interested in a different kind of housing in that area. So they had those. This is about 10 years ago. But it was one that I recalled having done the parallel plan. So we wanted to show you that.
They preserve a lot, which is yeah.
Well, it's
Now, the
a-
requirement in that community was 50%, so that is a higher amount. And there's very specific things that are excluded, which we tried to include in your language as well.
I think I'm struggling with the 15%.
You're struggling with that, that's not enough.
I don't have a problem with the 120. And the images are a little misleading because, the lots look like buildings, right? So this looks extremely built up in comparison to the other one, which, is very picturesque. And, but in reality, once you put a house, on each one of these lots, you're going to have a lot more green than is shown on the drawing. So that's why I was curious. And also, there's space around the buildings, right? Whereas the PUD has their attached buildings, and it looks very well done and everything in the PUD. But I just feel like, what does it look like when you do 120% and only have 15% of open space?
It's different, you're right. It's a different kind of a feel in the development itself.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, maybe the developer wanted to do it because that's what they did, which I think kind of was the case at the time, if I'm remembering. This was their product. This was what they wanted to do. And they couldn't meet the other standards, the dimensional standards. So they wanted to try and cluster to be able to do that kind of development. It's kind of, you're right. It's either everybody has their own green space that they take care of and nobody else can use it, or we have a collective green space that we share, and to trade off from that, we're going to be a little bit closer together.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's, though, having those options are nice. Not everybody will want to do this, or not everyone will want to do the other. And having flexibility in your ordinance allows you to have some influence over that.
And you raise
Also,
a good point.
sorry, isn't it true? This criteria is pretty. I mean, you can give some direction of the intent of what we want, but the approval process is pretty stringent for a PUD, and if you don't like it, it's not like we have to adhere to.
That's right.
It's not like normal ordinance. If you have used to right on normal ordinance, you can't say no to someone that has a right to do it. But a PUD is a special process. So this is something they could nail it, and most people in the community could say that it's great, and you could say, well, I don't see enough open space. And
But if they're hitting the 15%, can
Well,
you
it's-
make them create more?
it's a little gray area. The PUD process is not as sort of. I don't think you can really completely define it because it's such it's a pretty difficult process to go through.
You're right. It's a discretionary process for sure.
Yep.
But if we're setting a number down, that doesn't seem discretionary. I mean, if we say that they can have 15%
And I hear you.
open space.
And what I was going to ask is the goal to adopt this language right tonight?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. What I was going to suggest is I know several ways, and what they're showing you are good examples of a municipality's vision for what a PUD should be. But maybe we can get you some more. I know I can get you some things that would show maybe a different percentage and better examples, so you could better understand what we want to have the criteria pushed out to say this is a PUD criteria we agree with.
Yeah.
You're struggling with some of you're getting two examples and they're very different, and that's the nature of PUDs. You can achieve the same thing in very different ways.
No, I understand
So-
that. I just feel like if we tell them that they only have to have, if you tell a developer they only has to have 15% open space, what's the incentive for them to have more?
You might be right, and I might be on the same page with you. That's why I want to look at this too.
Okay.
So I think we should look at some more examples, and it's not like PUD language is something new. So we can look at some different PUD language with them and say, hey, this is more appropriate for
Right.
what we want to do.
Okay.
I think the other thing to
Yeah,
keep
and
in
it-
Can
mind
always
is,
go back to the 50 that you had.
Yeah, we can go back to the.
Can we make it a
I
range?
do also.
well, you have to think of these terms of guardrails. I mean, it's a minimum and maximums here. We're not saying it has to be 15 exactly. You're not saying it has to be 120 exactly.
But it can't be
It's-
less than 15.
Yes, but
is
where's
my
the,
point. Yeah,
where's
so-
the outside edge of what we'd even entertain? And that's the
Yeah, a
crux.
range that then we would approve dependent on what
Yep.
it looks like, right?
I'm hearing you saying that 15% guardrail is not tight enough. It should be higher, maybe.
Right.
So
That's my gut reaction to it is
Yep.
is that we're hitting it from both ends. We're allowing them to make the PUD more dense by allowing 120% of the base residential unit density, and we're cutting down on the amount of open space
Yep.
that they have to provide. So it seems like we're kind of squeezing it from both ends.
yeah, and I think it could be moved up to a higher minimum percentage.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that 50 is the magic number. I'm just questioning the 15.
And if you give a range, that also incentivizes the developer, whoever wants to do it, to give more green space to
Right.
convince you to approve it. So
Think about wells and septics too,
Yeah.
and
we
drain
don't-
fields. Clustering is great when you're attaching all that together, as long as you're sharing. And that means somebody's gonna put in a wastewater treatment plant. They're gonna have to have a place for drain fields for all of that, and you're gonna need green space for that to dissipate somewhere else.
That's what I was thinking.
And that's what I didn't know. The pictures they were showing looked more like they had, water and septic already
Yeah,
provided.
we do not have water and sewer lines. So a cluster of that density would be difficult, but it's possible, like with Millbrook.
well, that's why I was going to ask you too.
Yeah,
I
that's-
have a specific question that's of interest to me because I know the PDU process very intimately, and normally you're applying for a PUD on a zoning district, whether it be R1, R2, commercial, whatever it is. But our zoning district overlay actually has defined districts as PUD. Have you ever experienced that?
Are those ones that are already approved? Because there are communities who actually consider it a rezoning and they will mark it on the map as such. So
Yeah.
are those ones that were already approved that way?
Well, maybe that's why it is designated that way, because there is a PUD. I'm part of the property that I understand has a PUD development, but then the other phases were never done, and the property's just still defined as a PUD district. So maybe it's just that approval that's still on the map. Maybe.
That could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, and I don't, this raises another question that we didn't look at, and that wasn't, and I hate even to bring it up, but I will, that often there can be a process by which the township can initiate a rezoning back to whatever it was before, if the PUD has not ever been done. There's usually you have an agreement with the developer, and if they don't hold up to their end of the bargain, there may be a provision where it can go back. But without knowing that, I wouldn't want to speak to that, which I
Right.
probably should.
Well, I think we'll look at some examples of higher percentage green areas and consider them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, if you want to go back to the 50 that you had, I don't think that's bad. The one that we showed you was 50% in that other community as well. And just to be clear, the reason we had the two plans there is that one in their ordinance, they were required to show what they could build under the traditional I think it was R3 there, zoning, and that's what this is. They didn't want to build that, but they had to show us what they could do to then show what they wanted to do.
Yeah. I actually think I like that idea that they're
Yeah.
required to do that.
It really helps because it's a good visual on, when you look at that, you're like, yeah, okay, it's pretty traditional. You're kind of building out the whole site. And there was that, wetland forested area in the middle that's gone. You know, could it be a little bit more natural looking? And when you show what they could do, and actually it is what they did end up building that as well.
Yeah, and I want to be clear too that the open space is not just like yards and lawns as part of this. It's the preserved open space in its natural state. So that's what that 15 or 50% should be, is the preserved natural state. Because once you drive construction equipment on this and you compact the dirt and you create manicured lawn, it's no longer
Natural.
it's no longer a natural benefit.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can we go back to a point earlier about the approval process for this? The way I'm reading the language here, once a project is approved, it is then rezoned to PUD, and that's basically the legislative act with the township board. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's an option, but I think that's the way your current ordinance has it, and the way we've seen it in a lot of communities is taking it to the board as a legislative action to rezone.
Page 6.
Mm-hmm.
So a process goes forward, the PUD is approved, the planning commission essentially the process is essentially rezoning the property and connecting it to the development approval. And all the conditions associated with the approval are part of that.
It's similar to a special use almost, because it's got to be defined. I mean, it's rezoned PUD based on a design that's been approved.
But the special use would not require township board action.
No, I know. I'm saying it's not the same, but
So it's a rezoning which can be subject to referendum.
Oh,
Is a PUD
wow.
decision that's a rezoning generally subject to referendum, Jill? If you could.
That's a good question. I've never
experienced that, but
heard that challenged like that.
I'm just thinking from the standpoint of the developers interested in doing projects, and if they know that there can be a referendum on a rezoning action, is that a red flag?
I have not seen that stop anybody before.
Okay.
So I don't know that that's necessarily anything that a reason to not allow it, but
What would put it into that situation?
Signatures can be accumulated to after a township takes action, the township board, a legislative action. So anyway, that's a side note, I think.
yeah.
So just so we're clear though,
That's a
that
good
it's
point.
a rezoning action that we're talking about to approve a PUD. And then the property in question gets rezoned to PUD.
and this language, does this get just voted here what is the process of approving this
Well,
language?
that's what I'm seeing in your text, right? Which is what we currently have.
That it goes to the board?
It goes to the board, right?
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, we can take a
And
look
that would
at
be
that.
probably be the case. In most cases, that is the process.
There's benefits to showing it on a zoning map. I mean, sometimes if a PUD is approved in year 2000 and it's year 2026 and no staff ever, or even the property owner interested in buying a new property, weren't ever aware that there was a PUD approved, but there could be perhaps a legal agreement or something associated with the PUD back then. It's kind of nice that it's at least front and center on your zoning map, that they can see that it's that PUD so that there's no surprises. But I do get that this is maybe a concern, the referendum.
But you're saying
yeah.
if this language is passed and there's an application for PUD and the developer gets approved, then there could be a referendum. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
I believe that's possible.
Yeah, okay.
And this is existing, so this is what's already in play.
Yeah, I mean, the approval of the language is the weight of this. So, and that's why I'm asking, how is it approved? Like, is it does this require a public hearing on
Yeah,
the
well, so
ordinance?
just like,
Okay.
just like any zoning amendment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
basically,
pretty
right?
important thing.
Mm-hmm.
So once you
Public
have
hearing.
yeah, you have the PUD, so that's when it's sort of vetted with the community.
Mhm.
I'm not saying you can't have a referendum, but if it's in the ordinance and people are allowed to do it, then that covers us to allow them to do it, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that means there could be very good reasons to approve it. I'm just saying the referendum thing's a wild card sometimes.
Yeah.
So then we're.
And it's not often done because you need a fair amount of signatures to get that
Right.
going, but
So then we're reissuing our zoning map after.
yes, we would be amending the zoning map
Mhm.
to designate that property as having a special zoning PUD approval attached to the development.
Okay.
I guess the only other question I had was on the amendments to a PUD on 709. So a PUD gets approved, and obviously for a residential development, you're not going to have much change. But if there's a mixed-use project that is done and commercial uses tend to turn over and change, buildings added onto. So then they're going through the same process to amend it? Is there any discussion about how PUDs are amended? Or did you guys look at that? Is
Is this the way the ordinance is now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at page 10, amendments to the PUD. I think it's
Yeah,
existing
no, I mean,
language.
is that your normal, is that the process
I
that you
think
have?
it was, but I can double check.
Because you could have a minor amendments and major amendments, but yeah, typically,
Okay,
a major amendment, something that's not like, maybe it's adding an accessory building or reconfiguring a parking area or
yeah. I'd like
something
to
with
see,
the
I'd like to
landscape
see,
section. And like those can be done administratively or through a site plan. But there is usually at some point a determination that this is a major amendment and it has to go through the whole process again.
so,
And that's
so can
pretty
you add
standard.
some language to that effect that defines what a major is?
Yeah,
and
we.
what a minor
Well, it
is?
does say that.
Minor-
Yeah, I mean, it does say that in here, but it could be clearer. And then you want to add in like the minor amendments too.
Yes. Just so we know I think I've seen them expressed in terms of adding so many square feet as a percentage
Yeah.
or doing whatever. I don't know. There's,
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on the PUD? We're changing the 15 back to 50. I think everybody was pretty favorable towards that.
Oh, I don't
then-
think we've definitely decided. I think we're gonna look into that a little further.
Okay, but for now, I mean, what's our action?
Yeah.
Change it, or is it to?
put a placeholder on that and we'll come back to it.
Do you
That's
want-
what I thought
okay.
we had said we were gonna do.
And you'll have some other information. for
Yeah,
us.
I'll
Okay,
look that up.
great.
And it's just more than 15% or no less than 15%?
No less than.
less.
Yeah.
And there's no top on the language they're, okay, yep.
No, they can preserve as much as they want.
Gotcha.
Won't stop them.
All right. Do we want to move on to the development review process section?
Well, again, the packet's out of order here, so it's
Yeah.
about,
I'll give you a second to grab the packet.
it's about 20-some pages in. Development process.
You said it's like 20 pages in?
roughly.
It's on the back side, it's like page 10. You gotta go through the first 13 pages and it's the back side, it's page 10. So it's page 11.
Oh, so it's kind of condominium development.
Oh,
Okay.
Well,
I heard,
condominium development's in there as well, but I was just thinking maybe the development process section update.
okay.
We'll end with the condominium development
Okay.
as the last one, as our fourth one.
I don't know where I'm at.
I know. There's gotta be an easier way. Huh. Yeah, but that's the condominium development. That's not what he's talking about.
It's the number of pages. Just count from the top, 11 pages.
Has anybody found it?
Yeah,
Scott,
just count 11 pages like this. And just don't look at the numbers on them, just count 11 pages in. And it should be somewhere close to that.
Rena, I think they didn't put it in our packet.
I know.
I don't know. I don't see it.
Development process memo. I see it on the footer. I'm not seeing the memo though.
It's page, it's the 12th page from the front.
No, mine's
Mine
definitely
says
not.
I think that's it.
Condominium
put
development.
it in mind.
Mine says
Right?
Development process.
Oh,
and
no,
this-
see, no, mine is condominium development.
So is mine, Reen. I think ours is in a different order.
Yeah, it might be
Who did this?
a lot of
Should we
pages
vote?
to
We
put
could do
together.
that one next if that's easier.
Do we want to just do
It's
the
just
condominium
Reen and I that
development?
have the problem.
Oh, no.
Nope. PUD. Reen, we got shorted. We don't have it.
Well, I think I might just be missing the actual memo page, because I can see in the footer where it says development process memo, but then when I get to.
Oh, me too.
Development process.
Is the next page proposed marked up language?
Yeah, I have that page.
And it says
Article 2 definitions.
Yeah.
Is that the
Okay.
first?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're
Oh, yeah.
But it says condo development.
Yeah.
It
Weird.
doesn't,
My,
yeah, see, I've
Mine
got,
says-
so something's wrong with my pack. There's something wrong with my pack.
Mine looks just like
Oh.
yours.
A
Yeah.
different sheet
So,
where this one should be.
We just don't have the memorandum
Okay.
with the amendment
But we
history
have
and
the-
stuff.
Down or something.
First
Yeah.
page. Okay.
Oh.
We're ready now.
Yeah, we've got the proposed marked up language, right? That's where it
Yep.
starts.
Great.
They're going
Okay.
crazy.
yep, so we cover some of the key changes from last meeting. One of those was that we wanted to define an environmentally sensitive area. I know we had mentioned that. There were a couple site plan review standards that pertains to these. So we did go ahead and just create a definition for that, so that it's you know what we're talking about when we say environmentally sensitive area. We also added, let's see here, so we had the completeness review. I think we talked about that last meeting. So that's actually not new, I don't think. That was from last meeting. We cleaned up the site plan expiration details. So I'm gonna jump here first, sorry. We added the fire department portion of the final decision, as well as the preliminary review. So the preliminary fire department review will be a required step as part of the planning commission's site plan review process.
Yes.
And then also the fire department's final review is a part of the final site plan approval process. And I know you had wanted that the fire department, both those steps. we added the expiration language. I know that the expiration language as presented, as it existed, was very confusing. So we just changed that. We said that if construction related to site plan approval does not commence within 1 year from the day of the approval, the approval shall expire. But you can apply for another year extension, and that goes before the planning commission. So that's something, that's a route that can be taken. We added the fact that accessory buildings, so we asked you this question at the last meeting. There's a pretty low threshold that the zoning administrator only reviews accessory uses or buildings not to exceed 400 feet. And we asked the planning commission if that number should be raised higher, and you said yes. So we raised that to 1,000 feet. That's just the accessory structure. So that's things like detached garages, pole barns, sheds, things like that.
Can that go to 1,200? Mainly because a normal common structure is 30 by 40, and that's a special custom build at 1,000.
Okay. Yeah, that's
just
good.
a
That's
thought.
good feedback. We can, if everyone's okay with that, that would make sense.
Could you give the item number that you're looking at right now?
Yep. So
1210,
it's
okay.
it's 1210 of the marked up language, 12.10 zoning administrative approval, A, subsection A1. Should be on a page 12, but I understand there's kind of some mix up of.
Oh,
pages.
that is correct. For this
This page 12.
for this section, it's page 12 of this section. And you wanted to change to what?
Can I go back to the definitions? I have a question.
Yep.
On D, who decides whether there's at least 50% tree canopy?
That's a good question. I think generally landscape architects can include that in plans. And I don't know if they
The
use
surveyor, the engineer can do that as well.
Okay. Do we require location of trees on site plan, on the I mean, do we require that currently on the drawings? I don't, existing trees?
That's a good question. We
See.
can audit that to see if they do. Would that change the way? Would that change the way you would view this? I guess you just need to know that that's being that this is actually looked at from a
Right.
baseline standard, right?
Right, yeah, because I'm thinking like if there's even for us, if we go out and we're visiting the property, it could be difficult to estimate what the tree canopy coverage is. And then if like my past experiences, trees of a certain diameter would be shown on, existing trees of a certain diameter would be shown on the plan.
Yeah.
And those would be located by the surveyor. So then it would become obvious to us that there was an environmentally sensitive area. But
Yeah, let me look at your standards.
okay.
I thought I saw something that said location of trees, but maybe I'm.
There is, but I don't know that you require a tree survey per se.
I think there might be something in the condominium regulations about tree identification,
Yeah.
but I can't remember exactly.
But I guess if that's it, then that's not really
Right.
a universal
Right.
application of this.
Mm.
Good question. I guess the answer would be that if you don't have that, do you want something in your site plan review
Mm.
requirements to say all trees of a greater than so and so DBH diameter at breast width be provided?
I guess what I'm picturing is that somebody developing the property might decide that that's not an environmentally sensitive area and remove the trees, and so but then if there obviously aren't a lot of trees, then you know, it doesn't make sense for them to have to spend that money to have that drawing created. I
Right.
guess I'm,
Yeah.
And if you don't have any other standards for tree protection,
mhm.
maybe knowing that, maybe you ask for, and you could ask for canopy coverage, and if it was that's easier for them to identify.
But it still needs to be identified by a surveyor, or that's
Or-
what my initial question was. Who figures that out?
Well, you're typically going to have we're on site plans, and you're going to have it prepared by a professional engineer or surveyor is going to be there to give them the property boundaries. And if you ask for the tree canopy, it would be either the engineer or the surveyor.
So do we just make it a general requirement, or? I mean, if there aren't a lot of trees, then it's a lot, they don't have to spend a lot of money doing it, right? But, or are we encouraging people to remove trees before they come in,
Oh, I've heard that
Right,
happening
you
before.
want that.
right? Yeah.
So the reason we have this standard here is just because the reason we define this is because in a couple places we've called out environmentally sensitive areas.
Mhm. Oh, no, I like it as a standard. I'm just trying to figure out how it's like, everything, all the other
How it's
standards
called.
are measurable, but, you know, like I can go out and figure out if there's a 15% slope grade, right? Or if there's wetlands, you know, or if it's within 25 feet of a wetland, but I can't stand on the property and figure out whether there's 50% tree canopy coverage. So that's
Yeah.
what made me ask the question.
Mhm.
Yeah, we can look at that. I think doing it by tree canopy, and I know this is something that's becoming more of a thing that's measured. And so I think we should look at that rather than looking at counting trees and doing a tree survey that can be really expensive. Plus, then on your end, you've got to kind of have somebody available to check it out and make sure it's accurate.
Right. Is it
Um,
just, are they just using like Google Earth photos, or how is it
Um,
typically figured out?
Yeah, I think using using mapping, GIS, and some
Mhm.
of the detailed aerials. And
Yeah,
so
the
I'd like to see
raster,
if
maybe
that's
the
something
raster data, but GIS.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Is that possible? Is it relatively inexpensive? I mean, really, if you're looking at 50%, you probably can, I want to say eyeball it, because that's obviously not ordinance language, but you'll know if it's just a stand of trees versus like literally half the site is covered with trees.
Right.
Um,
Okay.
We could, I mean, yeah, I think we can either look at a standard that's easily measured, or perhaps we add something that says, if the planning,
that's what I'm wondering. If
where somebody makes an interpretation, whether it's the zoning administrator or the planning commission, that your site appears to be 50% treed, please provide a tree survey.
Mhm. It could be
Verifying.
administrative. It could be done on the application, I feel like.
Yeah, because if it's that obvious that it's not 50%, then no need to go out and
Deb, are
Right.
you
professional do
comfortable with
that.
that?
But I do want to check and see if that is something that's easily obtainable
Okay.
for a property owner or developer to do. It seems like it should be, but we don't want to create a standard that now people are like, we don't know how to do this.
Yeah.
Well, it depends too on what they're wanting to construct on that property. I mean,
Mhm.
maybe it's going to be a large parking lot and they aren't going to want to keep some of those trees. Some of them are on exterior on the property lines, which it would have to meet the landscaping plan, which is another chapter that we haven't gotten to yet. So it may be part of the buffering between zoning districts. So
Mhm.
I know that they're trying to maintain as many trees. Obviously, it's expensive to be tearing down trees. So
Is this maybe a criteria that we want to remove from this definition?
you could always factor it in as a special condition
Right.
during a review. I
Mhm.
mean, and you still have to meet the buffering zones for as well as the corridor has to have tree-lined streets along 72.
Yeah, I think
Well-
I would recommend Rich just removing this one.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the easiest thing we could do right now is remove it for now, and then if it's something you want more seriously, you can do some planning around it, perhaps.
Well, I guess then my question is, why are we defining environmentally sensitive areas if we're gonna just allow people to remove them?
Well, I think that this language here was aimed at when you were requiring site plan review
Mm-hmm.
specifically.
Yeah.
This wasn't getting into additional regulations.
Okay.
So whenever a use is going in an environmentally sensitive area, that's, and we're not even talking about buildings. I think we're talking about anything. So if somebody's even planning to do like outdoor storage or, an open air use, if anything's going in an environmentally sensitive area, one of these areas we define, then Planning Commission is responsible for reviewing a full site plan, and they've got to go through your process. So that was our whole point for the environmentally sensitive areas.
Does anybody else have an opinion on this?
I just have one kind of a related issue on number C for the flood hazard area here. I think,
Yeah.
are we referring to the 100-year floodplain, or are we referring to? I mean,
I
it
think
seemed
that's
like
what your ordinance defines it as. Off the top of my head, I can look. Most ordinances define it as the 100-year. Sometimes they go as far to have it be the 500-year.
Because we've been having 100-year events.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it
Yeah.
seems like flood hazard area could be a lot of things. It seems like that should be 100-year floodplain. And then that triggers, of course, permitting from the county for any new construction in the
You
100-year
can add
floodplain.
as determined by ... here.
Yeah, we could say we could add a clarity there. We could even add a definition for it.
Yeah.
Definitions for a definition. So
And we probably want regulated wetlands.
yeah, because you probably have some standard in your zoning ordinance about floodplains or flood hazard areas, but I'm looking right now. I'm not seeing anything right off the top of my head, but maybe I can look off away from the meeting, and if that's something we need to define, I think we can easily with the 100-year
Yep.
or 500-year, whatever you would want to go with there.
I think the 100-year maps are more common. At least you can download those. I don't know about the 500-year ones.
Yeah, 100-year is clear in the FEMA firm maps.
And then the wetlands being regulated wetlands, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we leave the tree canopy in for now while you look into how easy it is to get that information?
Sure. Yep.
I'm beating my dead horse here.
I mean, Deb, haven't you, tree surveys are pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Tree surveys are canopy calculation. That's kind of I think where
that
our
gets
research
gray area,
falls.
Right.
but maybe
Yeah.
it's more tree survey related language versus a canopy.
I thought Jill was saying that the canopy is becoming more common in terms
Yeah,
of the
and
calculation.
we'll ask our survey team and engineering team
Okay.
if that's something that is relatively straightforward for them.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking we go to the GFIS or Google, and it's taken during the winter.
Right.
So,
And it could be
and we
real
can't
for-
figure out what.
It might be more common language that's harder to measure. That's maybe the problem.
Mhm.
I've never done a tree canopy survey.
No, I haven't either.
Yeah, well, and I think that may give you more of really, that's kind of like the root of what, I guess pun intended, what we're talking about with the woodlands. I think that when I read that description, I'm thinking it's like a forested area
Mhm.
where there's a lot of canopy. I guess it doesn't, no, I guess it doesn't matter. I was thinking versus individual trees on the site.
Well, I think your idea of talking to your engineers
Yeah.
and surveyors is a good one.
Okay.
I did have a question on 1210-1. You raised the minimum square footage up. Is that correct, Deb? That's, I was asking Randy, we don't have any ADU definition in our ordinance at all? I mean, isn't that like almost a required definition within ordinances at this point? Because there's cases, there's all this legal, I've just heard through people that do ADUs, a lot of ADUs on waterways. They're a big deal. And I don't know if that's a concern, that the language doesn't have that, our ordinance doesn't even have the definition. Auxiliary use, that's pretty open-ended. Is there any concern for that or not?
Since we do not have it in our ordinance and we have permissive ordinances, it's not allowed to have an ADU
Okay.
at this time.
Okay,
So you can have a primary residence, but you should not be having accessory dwellings. And, but that's when we get into definitions, because is a camper trailer parked in your yard, living in it, considered an accessory dwelling if you're renting your house out, which is also not allowed right now because we don't have a short-term rental.
well, that's a perfect explanation. If it's not, I didn't know if it was almost required to have some sort of some,
At this point in time, it has not been a topic of discussion.
good, okay.
Yeah, you can choose in your ordinance whether you allow ADUs or not.
Perfect.
And we define accessory structures, don't we? Do we have a
You
definition?
should, I would hope
Yeah.
you have that definition.
I thought we did, but.
Another chapter.
Right. Add it to
Another
the list.
bundle, a later bundle.
Definitions?
Yeah, you have accessory use and accessory building. You don't have structure, but so some ordinances, extend structure to like patios and porches and things like that. So maybe at a later time, you'll want to shore up those definitions.
Okay.
All right. Are we all set for the development process? Do we want to move on to condominiums? Actually, let me double check to make sure. Oh yeah, lastly, I never got to it. The land use permit. So we just clarified, Deb, it was helpful that we understood from your kind of explanation what the true land use permit serves as. So thank you for that last meeting. Let's cover that here more formally, because there's no definition for land use permit or anything along those lines in the zoning ordinance. It was kind of a long running interpretation that was, held up over the years.
And what section and page are you on again?
Article 19.
Okay.
That would be that 19.05
Oh, you
as proposed.
Is there an expiration date on that? The land use permit is good for 12 months anywhere?
Your site plan is the 12 months. So I mean, if you want, you can have language that reflects the site plan, similar to the site plan, where it's 12 months and maybe you offer a year extension as well. Would you like that?
I think it's a good idea to get it documented in the ordinance itself,
Okay.
that it's stated right on the application that this land use permit is good for 12 months.
Yeah.
So it's
Did
not
they-
that you have to start construction, you have to have completed construction?
No.
Usually
Well,
start.
hopefully you need to be started within that 12 months. And then
Right.
if it goes beyond the 12th month, then it would be an extension.
Okay. Which I think is what the county does. You have to begin construction.
I think they even let them go 18 months that they have to begin construction. But I
And
do
18
like the
months
12 months.
you like the 12? I was gonna say, we are seeing more extensions being requested. I think it's just harder to get all people's ducks in a row to get through all the permitting and get their building permits and all that, financing, whatever else they need. So if you were open to 18, it might not be bad, but if you're good with 12 and you have, let people come back and ask for an extension, that's fine too. Just throwing that out.
Being Northern Michigan, we have a pretty short season for it too,
Sure.
so it keeps them
Yeah,
moving.
that's true. People are get their ducks.
Yeah, just a question for me that would be helpful, Deb, is when there's a site plan review that is approved and the land use permit that subsequently follows that, are they both, is the site plan and land use permit both approved at the same time, or is the land use permit once? I guess I'm trying to think, if you have an expiration requirement for site plan and land use permit, essentially it's a development can be drawn out over what, 4 years then, if you have a one year plus 1 year expiration or 1 year extension allowed, and then the 1 year for land use permit plus 1 year extension.
It kind of
Does the land use
depends
permit-
on what they're constructing.
Okay.
In my predecessors and things I've inherited, a particular golf course, for example, had a large lodge that went in, and they're just now, and that was 2 years ago, and they are just now starting to pour the foundation, just in the last couple of months for the main restaurant, bar, and gathering space that they're going to do. So, I mean, we're out 3 years on a site plan review that's part of a golf course build. Now, I have asked for zoning or for a land use permit just so I know what structure they're building and what I need to go out and do inspections on. And most of the time they've been pretty good about it, and they call me when they're pouring cement, and so I can make sure that they're meeting all the setback requirements. And it keeps me apprised on what's going on, and I can keep the fire chief in the loop on things that are getting ready to be closed out, because then I'll get a call from the county to say, hey, you need to go out and do a final inspection. And then
Okay.
I can get the fire chief involved as well.
So
So for that golf course, when was the land use permit approved? Did you approve it before their work started?
Oh, yeah.
So I think that gets to the question of if a site plan is approved and it expires after a year, can you issue land use permits off that site plan 2 years down the road?
I have.
Well, and probably,
It was part of the original site plan that was approved.
okay.
They don't come back to the planning commission for that either.
If there's no changes, you can.
Does there need to be additional clarification that this is after or instead of? Because I think I coming into it fresh as we were looking at it. I wasn't sure if this was instead of the site plan or if this is like they
No.
don't need a site plan, but they do need like you always need a land use permit, but sometimes you also need site plan. If you get the site plan, then do you need?
You always need a land use permit.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think part of the example was the Silver Birch, right? Where we had a site plan approved.
High Point Golf Course.
But then didn't Silver Birch have an issue too about putting up their individual units?
They came in with a phase 3, phase 4 section that they were doing.
But you were permitting each one of the little cabins, right? Giving a land use permit for each one?
They have not built anything additional. They put in a primary residence on the back side of the property and put up a pavilion and an accessory structure, but they have given me permits for each of those, given me land use permits.
Plus building permits?
Not building permits. I only ask for land use applications that I will permit, which then they can take those to the county and get a building permit.
And the building permit's only good for 6 months.
No, I think the building
No, I
permits.
just looked it up.
Well,
And
I don't know if Grand Traverse County extends that just a little bit. Depends on when they start the build and their inspection
yeah, you
schedule.
have to start building within 180 days. And if you stop for 180 days or more, then your permit's done. But yeah, the building permit's only good for 6 months, and then you have to extend it.
Yeah, you have to extend it after 6
Yeah.
months.
So I
I
don't
don't
know
work
how
for the
that-
building department, so I have no idea.
No, I'm just saying, I don't know how that works into all of this, but you definitely don't want to get your building permit any earlier than you absolutely have to.
Well, we have a lot of builders right now that are preparing and planning for their spring. So as soon as they can get trucks on the ground and go and dig. I mean, I got 4 permits in the last 2 weeks, so, and I got 2 other projects that are coming, and I don't think it's gonna stop.
Well, it kind of sounds like you've got a really good handle on this process. But thinking ahead, if you were on vacation or you won the lottery and you didn't come back to work, would anyone else know how this process works?
Well, I guess that's a good point because we need the ordinance to sync up with our practice.
Right.
Yeah. If you want to,
I haven't had a vacation since I started.
oh no.
Not one.
Well,
a
then
part-time
we better
job
get
anyway.
We better get this figured out so that you can take one.
I
'Cause
guess
I know what you're trying to, I get where you're going with it. This is what they need to show. Yes, I got my local approval. Now I need my building permits and those are done elsewhere. So that's why this I get that, the need for it. I think there just needs maybe a little bit more clarification on when it comes in the process.
Yeah.
And because I could see times where, so here's another question. If somebody's building a house, do they get a land use permit from you first?
Yep.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
and in my mind, it's kind of a zoning permit, but I don't want to change your terminology.
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
So,
Okay.
so
Yes, the land use permit is a zoning permit.
Yeah.
It's just called a land use permit in Whitewater Township.
Right.
because we're special, but
And elsewhere in the county, though.
Yeah.
yeah, because the county refers to land use permits. But I guess what I'm wondering is, I'm going back to what Jill was saying. You know, does given all of the hoops that you have to go through, you know, before you can actually start construction, does it make sense to have an 18-month expiration with you have to begin work within a certain period of time instead of the 12-month expiration? Does it make more work
You
for
can
you?
set it up however you want, and I'll just modify it on the application. I'm here to enforce what you guys put on the books.
But my
with
question,
a little
I guess,
bit of
is,
input from me.
does it make more work for you to have a shorter, to have a 12-month expiration date versus an 18-month?
In most cases, I mean, some of the homes that are going up, it's taken 3 years to build them.
Yeah.
And sometimes they come in and ask for an extension, and sometimes they just blow through it and
Okay.
don't do anything.
So
It
the
just
land
depends.
use permit is at the end of construction.
No, it's at the
No.
beginning.
Before.
I have to review the site and make sure that what they're wanting to construct and what they want to build meets the zoning district and meets all the
Okay.
setback requirements, the height restrictions. They have to show me their building plans, a site plan. They usually bring me their soil erosion permits, their septic, because on the site plan they have to provide where's your well going, where's your septic going, and they have to show me where all their setbacks are. I go out and I do 3 inspections. I go out and I look at the staked site. I go out and I look at when they're prepping to pour footers, but haven't poured them, but prepped them. And then I go out a 3rd time for a final inspection. So to ensure that they're building where they said they were going to build.
So you have to submit your land use permit in order to the county before you can get your building permit. So Deb's basically doing the zoning check for the county.
Okay.
Right.
Right?
So it's kind of like and I'm like a two-step thing. So, but if somebody gets a site plan, if somebody has to submit a site plan and they've got their site plan approval,
They'll come in and ask for a land use permit to build a structure on that site plan.
but they
And then they have to also meet all the other restrictions that were part of that original site plan.
absolutely
Like
That's-
when
yeah, that's-
Dollar General came in and did a site plan review with this planning commission, and they determined what the setbacks needed to be. They showed them where the trash receptacles were going to be, what the building was going to look like, where the trees were going to be planted, what the buffering was going to be, what the landscape plan was going to be. Did they need to do anything from MDOT to do curb cuts? All of that was part of the site plan. And then they came in, as soon as that was approved by the planning commission, hey, can we get our land use permit? And that's when I issue a land use permit, they go to the county and they start the process.
Right, and what you're doing is making sure that the plan they give you before they get their building permits is the same, is consistent with the final approval and any conditions that there were on that approval. Like say.
Correct. I
they
write up a
move dumpster
disposition.
over.
I write up a disposition, usually from the planning commission's meeting,
Mhm.
of any conditions that they placed on that particular property to make sure that all of those conditions are also met, in addition to anything else that needs to be done.
Maybe we could say that in here, and then, because I think one of the things that we found confusing is that E talks about that, and it's at the end of, so it almost sounds like somebody went through the whole site plan process, and then they get to this part, and they're like, I have to do all this again, and they get all the way A, B, C, D, E. Oh, I already did that. Now, I wonder if that goes earlier into, for projects that had site plan review. And we can figure out how to word it, but
That would make sense to place it forward in the section.
Well, they're not going to complete all of their land use permit until they know what kind of restrictions are going to come from the site plan
It's the-
review. They may change
Absolutely.
the size of the building. They may need to go back and re-engineer something. They
Mhm.
may have wanted to put a high gable and now they've got to break it down and make it lower. It's going to depend on what comes out of the planning commission site plan approval.
right, so it's the
And
last step.
So
in
they
that
may need to
process.
go back and do more engineering and then come back, or they may need to go and identify a couple other things that became conditions that need to be resolved before that land use permit is approved.
Yeah, maybe we,
So the process from a site plan approval to through a land use to pulling a permit, I'm almost positive because I've navigated this in different municipalities. There's boilerplate language. Now the dates and the requirements on the term, like if you get a site plan approval, you got to do within a certain amount of time. And if you do additional phases, I'm sure there's language. So I would suggest we research it. I could do that, and I would be glad to show you some language that I think would comprehensively cover this. And then depending on maybe Deb's recommendation on timelines, we could ask her opinion on it and then move forward on like that, if that would be, because I could research it.
Michael, if you want to do that, name that tune.
Okay, well, I'd be glad to. Instead of just trying to, I guess, organically come up with native language that we come up with. I mean, if you're both not that familiar, I know I've done this. I've navigated this for my whole life, so I know there's language that defines it.
If I issue
Oh,
a permit
absolutely.
today,
We're-
it could be
yeah,
out
we're
12
just-
months or it could be out 18 months. It isn't going to matter. It's going to depend on when they could start that construction. Did they get all of their other permits? I mean, when COVID hit, everything slowed down. People got waylaid 4 and 5, 6 months. If you recall, a couple summers ago, we had an issue with the county. Everything went down at the county. They had to do everything manually. Nobody could get a permit approved. So did I work with those people? Did we extend those permits? Yes.
And even
Did
within the language, there's usually discretion for the staff to say, yes, that's a good excuse, and we'll work with you. Yeah.
And I can usually extend anybody an additional 12 months.
Yep.
But there's not carte blanche.
True.
No.
You know,
So make it black and white.
so it's got to be as clear as we can get
Yeah,
it
let's-
here. And
let's-
there's flexibility certainly, but it puts the zoning administrator in a dangerous position
Right.
if they're always being asked to extend deadlines that don't make sense.
But if they have not started a project and it's exceeded 12 months, I do make them reapply. Because I don't know if they're still going to put it in the same place. I don't know if the site's going to look the same.
And conditions
So-
can change around them, so that's why
So
we need to.
it's same thing when we have a ZBA appeal. If somebody does not apply to get, utilize that variance within 12 months, it expires. So same thing with a land use permit. If you haven't started the project and 12 months have happened, it expires.
Okay. Makes sense.
That's not a problem. One question I was going to ask, still thinking about the order, of things and just connecting the land use permit to the site plan. Wondering if we want to go back and under section, we have, all of our sections on site. Oh, wait,
Article 12.
yeah, but also, oh no, that's as-built. Maybe at the end of that section on site plans, we add that the last, step in their process when they get their site plan approved is the land use permit. And that way there's a direct connection, like, okay, I've been through all of these things. I got my approval. Now what do I do? Now you go get your land use permit.
Yeah, and that's for plot plans too, I think. So
Yeah.
plot plan and site plan.
Maybe we just add that right after that section.
So you're adding that at the end of 1906,
it would
the
be
land use
12.
permit review.
12.13.
It would be,
12.
end of Article 12.
Yeah.
13, okay.
That seems like it makes sense.
I have a quick question. Is there an MCL code that once you've approved a site plan, that someone who doesn't like it, say there's a neighboring property that they don't appreciate whatever is going in, can they file a referendum on that within 14 days of an approval of a site plan?
A site plan?
On a site plan
don't think
review?
so.
No?
But
No.
I mean, they could appeal, right? If they
Okay.
They can appeal the decision.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
anybody could do that. You're right. And that would be that what they're appealing is not that I just don't like that.
Right.
Their appeal would be
Specific.
you made the wrong decision. Based on the information they presented, you thought they met all the standards, but they don't meet the standards because they don't meet parking or whatever it is.
Does that
They would have
appeal
to-
need to be part of this ordinance as well? And
Um,
if someone
I
doesn't
wouldn't
like
put it
that?
Here, it's probably, that's more of
apply in
like,
your ZBA section.
yeah.
It's in
that's what I was gonna
1211.
say. Yeah.
Appeals of
But
final
would they
site.
be appealing to the ZBA if they don't like
Yeah.
something, or would they be appealing in
Yes.
circuit court?
First, they would go to the ZBA, yeah.
Okay,
That's what 1211 says.
Yeah.
okay,
Mhm.
thanks.
So I think part of it is they need to show that they're also aggrieved by the decision as well, right?
Yeah, right. Right.
All right, I think we're good with the development process. I think we know what we need to do to just tie the loose ends of the land use permits together. Just again, so that when Deb wins the lottery, we all know what we're doing here.
Yep.
So,
And you can take everything.
yeah,
I'm your best friend.
all right. Yeah, we don't need Deb getting calls on vacation about the land use permit process either. So. All right, can we move, are we ready to move to the condo standards now? The last one? The
Now I have no
condo
idea where that is.
development.
Because the memo's in one spot, but the
Condominium development regs.
contents.
What's the second page of that look like?
Thanks.
Is,
It's a
what's the
search.
title of the bundle? Condominium development?
It is on mine. I don't know if they got,
Regs.
when the copying got mixed up. So it should have been,
Development process.
should have been like 15
Yeah.
pages in.
may have a couple copies of the condo.
Oh,
There you go. Thank you.
is it the? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's in our
Yeah, we
packets
don't
at
have
all.
it.
Do you not
Probably,
have
I
the
haven't looked at
condominium
it.
development regulations?
Let's see if this one.
Yeah,
It was the
It's-
fourth memo of ours.
Over here, let me just check and see if it's in there.
Oh, I found it in this one.
yeah, it's not in this at all. I've got, Deb gave me hers.
Okay, I have it.
Do you need one?
Was it in your original packet?
No, so I grabbed this one from up there,
Oh,
but
okay.
this one was
There's
sitting
two
here.
more copies over here?
Nope, I
we're
think
good.
we've all got them now.
You got 'em? Okay.
We're good. This is the one.
Okay. Well, I can just quickly touch on the key changes we made. from the November meeting, there was this suggestion that we cap the maximum density of the cluster, of the residential cluster option at the density that would be allowed by the conventional land divisions or condominiums. So we did provide some language in that 8.05 C2 that hopefully accomplishes that. And we highlight that there. So the blue text was that text that was discussed at last meeting, but the highlighted text was that change that we made from last meeting. So the point of this is you're getting true clusters. The example, so it'd be like if the example we showed earlier was it would be 95 units to 95 units. It's just the 95 is shrunk on smaller lots because you're preserving space. But no density increase here because it's not a PUD. And there's no community benefit or need review for higher quality development or whatnot.
So is this a situation where we would want them to show a drawing that shows how many dwelling units they could get with conventional setbacks?
You could calculate that based on just the minimum lot areas,
Okay.
minus proposed roads that would be intersecting the development per chance. So you could just do it by calculating yourself, but you could require a parallel plan like we showed if you'd like to see that. It just might be a little bit more work out of the developer.
Right. No, because again, my question is who's figuring that out? So when you're saying you could, calculate that, do you mean Deb?
Yeah, somebody would. Whoever's advising the planning commission hopefully would be able to help you with that, or the applicant could just calculate it themselves and write it on their plan. But the need to show a parallel plan, I think it's up to you, and I don't think most communities. I don't know. I defer to Jill. Jill, do you think most communities require the parallel plan?
I
Or
don't think
just
they all
a-
do, but I think,
Okay.
I mean, how big the property is. You would know generally, on a per lot, minimum lot size, how many units you would get.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's pretty straightforward. You're not allowed
Except
to
for the
additional.
roads, I think that's where I disagree with you about the straightforwardness. I mean, I can
Mm,
figure
yeah.
out how many lots you can fit on on a tract
Yeah.
of land, but I don't know how much I lose by putting the roads in. So
I think
Yeah.
maybe we just need to tie the dots better of this net parcel area, because we say that there's a net parcel area, which is the remaining area after the acreage of all preserved open space, public or private streets and sidewalks, all areas with, I need to edit that typo, with overhead utility line easements, stormwater management. So that's the parcel you're calculating. That's the land area that you'd be calculating, and you could do your minimum lot. That divided by the minimum lot area of the district would give you a number.
But the survey that is submitted with this project is going to put that on their table on their, site data.
Yeah,
okay,
What
so
that
they're
is.
doing the math, but
They're gonna do the
we
math.
might
You're
need
not
to
gonna
check
have
the
to-
math.
Yeah, no.
you could
Okay.
check it if you
You
want.
could check
but-
it, yeah,
yeah.
but you don't,
Okay,
they'll give you
So,
that.
so when you say public and private streets, is that existing or proposed?
Existing and proposed, I would say. Obviously,
Mhm.
if there's an existing street, that would only be relevant if there's a condominium that's intersecting a public street, which I don't even know is possible. So it's probably going to be more proposed in all reality.
So I've seen a number of 15% often applied to that when you just want to take
Mhm.
how much of a
As a general.
area is going to be occupied by public right of way.
Yeah, would you rather just go by a 15% blanket standard or go by whatever the area amounts to in the plan?
Personally, I like the 15%, but,
Okay.
Or do you just go on a gross
well,
basis?
Are we on the chart?
okay, so you take, if it's 10 acres, you take 15% off of that to assume what would be occupied by new roads.
Oh.
And so then you're left with a net developable acreage,
Okay,
and then you divide that by the lot size permitted, and that's your maximum density.
right.
I mean, is that perfect? No, but
No.
but it's straightforward, and
Right.
it
Easy to check and,
yeah.
yeah.
And then if separate out any other undevelopable portions, like if there was any wetlands on the site that couldn't be developed, subtract that.
Mhm.
And those would be measured out by an actual literal measurement, right? The wetlands and
Yes.
okay.
If there's
But
a
it's just for
regulated,
the roads don't need to be literal. They can just go by the 15%. Okay.
that's a number I've commonly seen before, 15%.
Yeah.
And then, but then again, if there's other undevelopable portions like wetlands or floodplains, or not floodplains necessarily, but wetlands for sure, subtract that out, then you have a net developable area.
Okay. So yeah, you just kind of start with the take the 15% off, then you take whatever else is off that's relevant. Okay.
It couldn't be developed, and so that's,
Yeah.
The geometry would never work out that you would get it exactly that, but it would be close.
And then do we state somewhere that all of that information needs to be on the application, or is it asked for on the application, or?
Well, I think we would need to see
Yeah.
that on their plans, that they've,
Right,
That they have the correct measurement. Yeah. Calculation.
I mean, I
Yeah.
know,
I can live with that, personally. I mean, I think.
yeah,
that-
no, I'm fine with that, but I was just wondering how clear it was that they need to show
If they're
that.
gonna do that option, they would go through those steps and show you the math.
All right. Yeah, I think that was most of it from last time. Again, the really the key change I made was just the highlight, and that was just the density is not going to exceed the conventional density by the cluster.
I did want to back up to the prior page, number 16. It does say, in terms of identifying the site, the second sentence says, significant vegetation includes all trees with a minimum trunk diameter of 18 inches at 4.5 feet above the grade. So I think that connects what we were talking about before. Whatever we have.
Yeah, but I guess how much of that? I mean, is it? Yeah. Is it a place that has one of these such trees, or a place that has 100 of such trees? It maybe would be the environmentally sensitive area. I think that.
I just wanted to call attention to that.
Yeah.
That specific definition there, and I mean, we may very well see one of these developments here soon, from what I understand.
Okay.
So it's going to be relevant quick.
Mhm.
Guess anything else is final? We are requiring there's the open space preservation requirements here as well, so.
So
All right.
did the table exist or did the numbers change?
That existed from last meeting. I
Okay.
don't think we changed any numbers. If I can just quickly pull up last meeting's info, verify that with you. I'm pulling that up now. Yeah, we had that same table with the same numbers last meeting.
Okay.
So. Yeah, so the more you preserve, the smaller your lot can be, but you still can't exceed that base density.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I think we know some of the minor changes that need to be made from tonight overall. So thank you.
I'm sorry, I just have, oops, did you have
Yep.
something? No. Where am I? I'm on page 6. It says, lands to be included within permanently dedicated open space may not include areas containing or impacted by gas or oil wells, et cetera, et cetera. So since we do typically have to have septic fields, because it says or similar elements, would a septic field be included would be similar to that or no?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I think that's up to you if you think that's an appropriate. If that's open space worth preserving.
Right.
I mean, it's open space that they have to have,
Right.
right? So it's
Yeah.
not really like they're giving anything up in a way, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like that is what it is. Should that count? It's like almost like a setback. Should that count? We've said kind of no.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Randy?
Not really. Burning out here.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
I mean, if we look
my initial reaction would be that it would be included.
Well,
A raised
If we look
septic.
up above and number 2,
Well, I don't think we can do raised septic anymore, can we?
Yeah, I thought you had to have one on the water.
No, I know a lot of them are, but I didn't think that new ones were.
Yeah. If you
Right.
Yeah, if you can't perk. You gotta,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jill was going to point to the fact that it looks like that the conservation value requirement. Is that what you're going to point to, Jill?
yes.
Yeah. So I would think that if it's just septic, it's probably not, doesn't fall under the conservation value,
Yeah.
right?
That makes sense.
So that means it wouldn't be considered part of the open space?
Correct. It wouldn't be part of the required open space.
so if
That
they
would-
would have had to provide it anyway, you
Right.
can't
Right.
count it.
So
They would have had to.
Would you want that written in or do you think the zoning administrator would know that off, just right?
Well, this is coming to the planning commission.
Yeah.
Is the plan.
Yeah, but in general, we're not going to be the same people here. So the next group may say this.
right.
So we take the 15% from the gross parcel at the beginning, like we just changed the discussion we had tonight, where you take the 15% from public streets and private streets. Do you want to take another percent automatically if there's septic?
I do say down in number 6, on page 6, land excluded golf courses, the area of any street right of way, access easements, or underground or overhead utilities, the required setbacks surrounding an existing residential structure. If it was more clear to add in there, required setbacks surrounding an An existing residential structure. Okay.
Because just off the top of my head, I would think, oh, a septic field might be included in open space. You know, it might be, and that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
But you can't grow things on it the way that you can, you know, with real open space, so.
Right, but I think going back to the goal behind the open space standards is that this is extra.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to do that
Yeah.
anyway. But there's more value that we're getting. So we're allowing someone to move those lots around and shrink down their lot size or their lot width. In exchange for that, we get this open space that we wouldn't have had otherwise. And I think that's sort of if you think of it that way.
Right, that you wouldn't have otherwise.
Yeah.
So then septic fields would not be part of the open space. So maybe we do.
Want to include that?
Can we
at the
add
bottom
that?
of
Yeah.
So
page
do I
6?
hear you say expand what's listed at 6 to include?
Yeah,
that?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so add some language there to say that any common septic system areas or whatever the terminology is it
Yeah.
also excluded? Because you're right, I mean, it's going to be there either way, so they're going to have to provide for that.
Yep. Okay. All right.
Well, that was a good chunk of work.
Any final comments?
So we need to come back to all this next month? Is that what, to revisit what material you're going to provide to us? And
Yeah, I can do that in short order, but for
Okay.
sure, by the next meeting.
And then from Giffords Webster, we can look for another amendment to the material here and.
Yeah, why don't we send these to you and then maybe we talk about the next steps?
Okay,
Yep. Yep, so we can make the changes from tonight and then, yeah, we'll get with you, Randy, about next steps.
that's okay with everyone?
Yeah. Are you referring to get to the review and then a public hearing?
Well, yeah, at some point, we need to have something that's, this has to go through the public hearing process, and I guess the question is when we're ready for that. Is it?
Yeah.
No.
And we're doing one public hearing for one bundle.
Before we start the next bundle, like we won't
Then we'll start the next bundle.
we won't start editing that until this one's
And
through
the-
public hearing.
Because the public hearing process takes time to have advertise, and we can move on to the next group of things.
And then the public comments will be reviewed against what the verbiage is.
So then there may be changes after the public hearing too that come up that we want to make before
Okay.
sending it on to the township board.
So maybe after next meeting, we'll be ready for that, for public hearing. Maybe.
Hopefully,
Maybe, hopefully.
we could set the public hearing for the following meeting after
Yeah,
that.
that's what I mean, yeah.
Okay,
One more set of minor refinements and tweaking, and then it's on to the
And
public
maybe in
hearing.
April.
right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Before I forget, Joe, you're doing some kind of a workshop in March. Did you want to?
Yes, did you get the note from the county?
Why don't,
We get,
has anyone seen anything from the
Did
county?
anybody
Because
get
I
it?
don't
'Cause
think
it
we
just
have.
I get some-
came out. Where did I see it? I was copied on it. Today,
today?
yeah.
That was sent to whom?
I don't know. It was looks like a blind 2, and then I'm CC'd on it.
What's,
Is it from
came
Maxwell
in-
Cameron?
Yes,
Okay.
so Deb got it.
good. Okay.
I got it to my old Gmail account.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you got it. It is.
Stand
March
by your
4th.
plan?
Yes.
Okay. I'll forward it to all of you.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it's at 5:30 on Wednesday, March 4th.
Our meeting night, 5:30 to
Oh, is
8
it?
on a meeting night.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, geez.
That's too bad.
Is there going to be a repeat of that at another date?
I can find out. That was one that was, like they have the ones that are standard and they're open for everybody. And then communities or multiple communities can get together and then request a specific training opportunity. So that's what happened here.
Okay.
So this is
I-
East Bay and somebody else too, or is this?
It was, it's the whole county.
Senior
So
Center at 801 East Front Street, Traverse City, Wednesday,
Yeah,
March
it's-
4th, 5:30 to 8. Dinner will be provided.
Oh, man.
Attendance is free, but RSVP is required to ensure adequate space and meals. Please use this link to register
I know where.
with Eventbrite.
Sadie,
Yes,
you might have to
I-
take over that meeting.
You know,
I-
agreed.
We had it set for 2 weeks ago. No, last week it was supposed to
You
be.
notice how we positioned your seat, right?
I really wanted it to be on like the 5th day of the month so that it didn't interfere with people's regular meetings. Because I have a lot of regular meetings as well. But that's actually is the day that they wanted to do it. So,
Okay. Well, thanks.
but I
anyways.
can give you I'll give you a short version of it. And we don't have to do that now, but I can
Yeah.
give you a little highlight of it.
Do you have
Go ahead.
a slide presentation that you could send to us? Just
Well, I don't know if I can do that because I didn't create it. If I had created it, I would. But this is a map, an official map
Oh, okay.
program that they charge for. But we can talk to them about what other accommodations they might make for the county.
So then you won't be at our March meeting then?
No, I won't be.
Okay,
I
but
can
Andy,
come at 8 because I'll be right around the corner. I can come in person.
The fences.
oh, yes, we should talk about that being added to a future bundle.
Yeah.
So I'll start if anyone wants to add. So we have a zoning amendment that was proposed by a resident who has fence issues. And the zoning ordinance currently says that fences are limited to a 6-foot height, and that's all it says. He has proposed that that be changed to 7 foot and filed the necessary paperwork to have the planning commission consider that. We had a public hearing on it last month, 2 months ago rather, and the planning commission discussed responding to that amendment. It was understood and quickly realized that there's a lot of complexity to regulating fences. And simply changing one number from 6 to 7 sounds simple, but that's all it says. There's one sentence, I think, in the ordinance, 1 or 2 sentences, and it's quite incomplete. The concern was if we change that we might be making the existing issues worse, and we want to step back and study the whole issue of fences. So the thought was adding that to the bundles of work that you are planning to do. We need to respond to the amendment. We don't want to ignore it, but obviously we have a lot of other issues on the table as well. So we wanted to put that on your radar screen.
Okay.
It's in Article 5
Yeah,
of the zone.
fences are oddly, they seem like no big deal. It's a fence, from 6 to 7 feet, right? But it's just one of those things that tends to have a lot of nuance. Where do they go? What are they made of?
Well, and changing the character of our neighborhoods as well. So
Right.
Water properties too, and
Mhm.
impeding on views.
Yep. All
So, I mean, it's obviously a complicated matter and not something the planning commission seemed to be interested in just responding to with yes or no on a 7-foot, 6-foot change. So,
right. Okay, good.
So just,
Well, we'll touch base with you then, maybe next week.
Okay.
And get a strategy for moving forward.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
For the feedback.
Have a good night.
Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Bye.
Point of order, I believe we have to have a
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
motion to extend the meeting
Beyond the 3-hour mark.
at the
From
3
9
hour.
o'clock?
That's 3 hours.
Yeah.
Oh. Do I have a motion to extend the meeting? We
So-
don't have that much left.
I make a motion to extend the meeting past the 3-hour mark. Merchant.
Second,
I'll second it, Trumbull.
Thank you.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So the next item under unfinished business is Gordy Fraser Private Roads Ordinance. We don't really,
Let's just say there, it's
Yeah.
on to the township board for their, whether they're gonna,
There.
what they want to do with it. It's a general ordinance. It's not a zoning ordinance amendment, so it's a little different than we're used to. But
okay.
it'll be on their agenda next week.
Okay. All right, the next item is the resident outreach. This is so echoey. Resident outreach work group. So we met last night and we're working on our final assignment for short-term rentals as of right now. And that is that we are reviewing, clarifying, double checking that we've got the general ordinances or police power included in that Excel spreadsheet for the townships that we've researched. And we're searching for previous short-term rental surveys that we might be able to use to create kind of an outline of what we would want whoever we hire to create our survey to make sure topics that are addressed. And then the research group will be focused on the capital improvement plan. So I'm looking for someone to lead that effort because I will be stepping away from the research group since I'm the chair. So if anybody's interested, please let me know. And that's where we are right now. So right now we're meeting March 3rd, and then it's kind of up in the air because we need to figure out what our next steps are for the capital improvement plan, and then, we can set assignments for the research group. The majority of the people are interested in continuing on, which is fantastic news because I assumed that there'd be a mass exodus after the short-term rental work was completed. So that's good news.
Yeah. So part of the 2026 agenda would be developing a CIP, capital improvement plan. Okay.
That's coming from the board, I believe, right? They've asked us to.
Yep,
look into
that was, and I know Denise has done some work on that as well as finding examples.
Yeah. There's an excellent explanation under Leelanau County. If you just type in CIP under the search, and it pulls up and it explains.
We're actually going to talk about that in a few
Never
more
mind.
topics. Okay, next is the wineries and tasting rooms ordinance review. So we've got the addition of a.
So, yep, Randy,
That's my cartoon.
Randy, that's Randy's cartoon. Made that for a
That's what we
visual.
let a planner mess
Sure,
with
we're-
SketchUp, yeah. That's
I
as far as
did-
it goes, by the way.
I did go through, like I said I would, and updated the ordinance for as far as everything that we have talked about to the best of my ability. And then there's also attached in here was the findings and conclusions that Randy put together along with some of the subsequent findings, which all the subsequent findings, this is on page 12 that he had listed. I worked to address in the ordinance itself, and then Randy and I also met and discussed some of them and edited the ordinance again. So we've worked to address most of those. So if there's any other questions on those, there's a few things that we needed to touch on, but this is where we are after.
So is this kind of like the supporting document for how we got to this point?
Yeah, the front side is,
Right,
yeah,
right,
that side is, yep.
kind of the findings and the
In the backside's
connection.
kind of like what we struggled with, but I feel like they're mostly addressed now if we're okay with them, but.
Yeah, I think we still have some questions about the lot sizes, the
Yep,
lot
that's-
size, and that was the reason for the graphic there is we're trying to, it's hard to get your head around what 20 acres looks like and what 100-foot setback looks like and what building coverage looks like, so.
When we had met, we had talked about lot size, but then Randy brought up a good point of maybe it should be, or I'm sorry, building size, whether
Oh,
it should be per square foot versus percentage.
Yeah, so that this graphic on page 5 was intended to show a 20-acre parcel with 100-foot setbacks and showing building coverage of around 2.5%, just to give a sense of scale that,
How, yeah, but then afterwards, I
Yeah.
said, well, the way, like this is showing on a 20-acre parcel, but I don't know how helpful that is because of the way the ordinance is written now. It says that you have to own 20 acres.
And they don't
It
need
could be
to
on separate
abut-
parcels.
yeah.
So like you could own, 3 different parcels and you want to put your winery on the one that's on the main road, that's only 2 acres, but you own however many other acres that makes it equal 20 in the township, so you can do that. So I don't know how helpful that drawing is, if that's
so
our
a key,
regulations.
so a key question was whether they're contiguous or not. I
Right.
mean, whether it's 20 acres, it could be broken up into 3s, 5s, 10s, whatever, as long as it accumulates to over 20. So
But do they have to be touching, like you
you'd
had
have to
said?
touch. I guess I thought that's where we left it, but I guess I'm not sure the language says that now.
Yeah, I don't think the language says that, but if that's what we think or want, it can easily be adjusted. That is on the very last page of the ordinance is where that's talked about under 13.17, additional conditions of special use, minimal requirements. That's where it's at. So page 10 is where that is.
If they weren't contiguous, wouldn't that open up a can of worms like you couldn't even imagine? I mean, you could have people buying random lots just to meet the criteria, and it wasn't really in the spirit to get a.
That was the question. I think we originally had 50 acres, and then we said, no, it could be down to 20 or whatever, and then we got to
Right.
20, and then the question of, is that more than one lot? I could see where if you had 2 10-acre parcels next to each other, as long as it was presented as one unit,
Yep.
who cares whether it's in 2 parcels or not?
Yep.
Because you've got a 7,000 square foot building coverage, which, on a 2-acre lot is, it's very different than on a 20-acre lot, right? So.
Right, and that's why then we kind of went to like, oh, well, should it be percentage?
Yeah, so you put it back to 7,000 square feet, right?
I never even changed it. I think
Okay.
I wrote down that we would have to discuss that here
Okay.
because, I don't know, like,
If they're not contiguous, then I think you're right. It needs to be a percentage
right.
for lot coverage, which is typical.
I mean, we were saying, as far as like somebody could buy up a bunch of acres and then put some, I mean, it does say that it has to be planted acres of
Oh, okay.
crop. So it can't just be you own all this acreage with nothing on it. It has to have at least 20 acres of planted products that you're going to use by your license. So grapes, apples, cherries. Like we did say that. So I don't know what everybody's comfortable with. The problem with when I was looking at the 7,000 square feet versus the percentage of the lot size, what you're accomplishing is 2 separate things by doing that. Like if you're regulating by square footage, so say it's a 1 acre, right? Because we have a minimum of a 1 acre and you own 20 acres, but you want to put your winery on this 1 acre. That's 43,560 square feet is an acre. 2.5% of that. So if we said it has to be, the size of the building has to be 2.5% or less, that's a 1,000 square foot building. That's
Very small.
pretty small. But then if you kept it like that and you have somebody that owns, 40 acres, they're putting on a huge parcel, they can have a ginormous winery. Versus if you keep it at 7,000 square feet, then even if they had 100 acres, they can only put a 7,000 square foot building on that. So that's where it's like, I don't know what the right answer is with that.
It's a 1 acre, requirement for the actual winery portion.
That's just the township's requirement right now.
Okay.
Well, that's for a house.
That's for a house,
I mean, if
yeah.
you were gonna put a house in the ag district, well, it's actually 40,000 square feet. It's even a little less.
I
than
mean,
an
that's
acre.
what I'm thinking, because if you had, I mean, I'm sure a lot of farmers have 20 acres and then
Yeah.
they have a separate lot and they're like, well, we're just gonna put a little shop here, which I understand the logic to that, but what is the zoning for that? Like, can you put this anywhere, or can you put it right next to somebody that residentially is next door and have a,
Well, that's the concern is.
That's what we're, yeah.
yeah,
So that's
and-
where we put like 100-foot setbacks,
Yep.
unless there is the potential to be like, to use a building that's like grandfathered in that goes by individual site plan review. So like say a farm came and said, I have this old barn, I want to turn this into it.
Yep.
We, the parcel next to us is zoned ag, but there's a resident on it, but we're this many feet back, there's no issues
Yeah.
with that, then it could be individually site plan reviewed and like approved by the
is the
PC.
cider tasting room being on an R1 lot?
No,
Okay, so that's what
this
I'm
is
asking.
only ag.
This is only ag, okay.
This is only
That's,
ag.
that's what my concern was.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. But if you kept 100 foot and it was a 1 acre lot, then there'd
Right.
be there's nothing left.
There's nothing left. Yeah, so
100 foot would just
I mean,
about.
Which
yeah,
is
it's
the
all what you
point,
can do.
which would be the point of having the 100-foot setback. So,
That's true.
did you have the 7,000 square foot building that was to be an on-site processing part of the building? So it's not just a 7,000 square foot tasting room, right? It's
It's the
that's
total
what the-
building coverage.
it's the
so-
The building coverage.
with the on-site tasting room and production. Production and the tasting room are one building. It's not two separate buildings. You can,
Well, I mean,
that's
you
what.
could technically have your tasting room. They don't have to be in one building.
That's correct.
It's on the
but-
building coverage.
Correct. However, one of the recommendations was to have it part of the same building so that it would avoid some other possibilities. So what they're trying to do is keep the size of the tasting room smaller because the manufacturing could require more room. If somebody wanted to be primarily a manufacturer. And in maintaining the rural character, it's hard to, when you build a 7,000 square foot building in a ag area, non-commercial area, if something changes with your business and you no longer are profitable, then it's hard to think of what to do with that large building in the middle of a lot. And it's kind of like a white elephant. And we have one of those in the township already that it's up for sale. And it's been difficult for them to sell it. And so I don't know if we want to do something like that.
Yeah,
don't-
I think if you're looking, if you're looking at buildings like that, go out to the peninsula, Mission Peninsula. There are buildings all over the place. Just a pole barn. I mean, most of them are just pole barns.
The wineries?
Manufacturing
rooms.
areas. Yeah, that or they're underneath, an old.
They're underneath and you don't even know them. Or I mean,
Yeah, they're still part of the on-site. If you go back to that one letter from an attorney, I don't know if you looked at that and when you were reviewing it.
From Chris.
Yeah.
Well, I think you might be getting into, because somebody can build a 7,000 square foot house that to the majority of the market might be a white elephant. And we can't stop them from doing that. And I'm not sure that we want to get involved in something like that. So if somebody's doing this and they're taking, what you're describing as a risk by building it as one building. Because this is saying total building coverage, which means it could be 3 small buildings that add up to 7,000 square feet, right? Am I reading that right?
Total building coverage is defined in the definitions, yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't think we can sort of zone to try to keep people from building white elephants.
No, you can't. I'm interested in how someone came up with the 100-foot setback for sound protection, though.
I did a ton of research on all local or zoning ordinance for wineries and tasting rooms in the state of Michigan, and over 75% of them, that was the setback. I know you had mentioned 300. I didn't find one that was 300.
Not one. I did the research as well
Yeah.
last night.
I don't disagree, but if you're trying to maintain a rural character, and we're not talking about one cidery in particular, we're talking about the whole township. So if we could have 4 or 5 cideries or wineries in the township, and primarily they will be along Elk Lake Road because that's the main trafficked area. Or 72, which we haven't mentioned about being offered in the commercial area, which would be a good location for a cidery. You think?
Or Angel.
Yeah. For traffic impact, most of them want to be right off of a main highway on
Right.
I don't know if
31.
that's necessarily true, though. If you go up to the peninsula, they're all over the place.
And Leelanau, they're way out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in Peninsula, the minimum lot size is 50 acres.
Yeah. That's it. You have to have all of that.
I mean, I guess we keep coming back to this setback. So
Yeah.
at first it was 15 feet, which we all agreed was way too small.
Yeah.
And then did the research, and everything that I could find, 100 feet seemed reasonable with whatever most other townships are doing. So, and then we also have the clause in there that, per individual site plan review, the planning commission can decide whether it's more or less than that. So I don't know, or
well, we couldn't do
less
more.
than that. If it's if it can be less than that, dependent on where they're going to build it. So I don't know. I guess what are you proposing? I don't know what else to do with that.
What I'm looking for is noise reduction. That's the main thing.
Okay, we did add in there something about, Randy and I did some research on that, on like landscaping to
Yeah.
help with noise. We put that in 2 different areas in there.
Yeah, I think the other element of that is the amplified music. So
No outdoor amplified music. I saw
I think
that.
that's an issue that you want to talk about more too, is
Yep. So where is that?
I mean, that's a trigger that's used in some ordinances that, once you get into an amplified music, I mean, it can be somebody's little briefcase kind of thing that's a guitar, or it could be.
Exactly. Like anytime you use a microphone, that's considered amplified. So if you can't say that you can't have any amplified music, that would be a guy with a guitar and a little speaker. I mean,
Well,
and
that's
the old mission.
indoors too versus outdoors.
Yeah,
So
it's
that,
both,
indoors you can have amplified music.
Yeah, it's indoors, and you could have an event indoors of a building, and then the quiet outdoor, which I'm kind of basing all of this on 1 or 2 cideries that are in the area, and the loud music is indoors, and people go outdoors so they can just sit and talk around on the outdoor area and sit around in the trees. And one cidery has a maximum capacity of 30 people indoors. So it's not, and that's after they enlarged it. It's not the owner. You can't project what you want onto another person, because if someone's in business, they want to make money. That's their goal. So to maintain a rural character, which is part of the master plan, everybody wants to keep the rural character. that's what needs to be protected in some way, because the property rights are for everybody.
I
And-
100% agree with you.
Yeah.
I just
So
know from some of the research I've done on amplified music too, and the big issues that Old Mission Peninsula had with trying to regulate was the First Amendment rights, and that's where they failed in the courts because the courts said that it's unconstitutional. It's a speech restriction to not allow amplified music at wineries and events. That was the number one argument.
I thought because it was vague.
I mean, that's the research that I found. I just
Yeah.
Well, we can ask Chris that
Yeah.
point.
Were either of you here when the event barn topic was
That's
studied?
that's what I was going to put on the event barn side. Question 4, I believe, on the website. There was a lot of questions about noise and do you want to, where do you want them and all that. And it was a very,
Nobody wanted them, right? Isn't that what happened?
pardon?
Don't
It never
allow
it
them.
never happened because there, besides the public discussion, the board would never even consider. They would just send it back to the planning commission, and after 3 times or something, it just never went anywhere. So this may or may not be a hot topic. I don't know because I wasn't here for the event barn survey, but it was done in 2019. And I don't know if it was that number, a great number of responses on it. It's on the front page of the website. But it's something to look at. It's 2019.
So what if, going back to like setbacks and noise and all this sort of stuff, the last line is the 20 acres may be broken up into separate parcels. Could we put a minimum parcel size, which would help with this,
I don't know if you can. I'm sorry.
why not?
That's what I was going to say. If you start out with 20 acres, there's always the Land Division Act, and people can divide their land as they wish. And if you look at a winery on Old Mission Peninsula, they have 20 acres. They have subdivided it into just a little over 5-acre lots with the building on one lot. So I don't know what the plans are for the other lots, but right now they've divided up their 20-acre lot.
So I understand about the land division, but I still think zoning can, our zoning code gives minimum, lot sizes, right? So is there a reason why we couldn't say that the minimum parcel on which to put a winery is 2 acres, for instance?
I don't know that. That would be a question that maybe Deb would answer.
So, we can, this is gonna go through legal review, and so they'll help us with that. But would that help with the noise issue?
There's always going to be noise. You can't get around it. I did speak to someone on. I don't like to go to Old Mission because it's kind of a touchy subject, but I went to Leelanau and someone mentioned that they live. I looked at the map. They live about a mile from 2 wineries, and they can hear the music in the event at night, and that's also the hours of. I have to be honest. I didn't look at this completely. There should be no music after 10 p.m. And that would give easily an event. But if the music stops at 10, then
that's how it's written in here.
yeah.
By
That would really
setting, it says with noise, by setting restrictions and putting, like the things we've talked about, the setbacks, the what do we say, like planting trees, what do you call that?
Right.
We said that, and we said by setting hours of operations, that's how a township can regulate that kind of stuff so that it's fair to everybody. But I think that we'll have a hard time saying no amplified music from everything that I've read, especially we can't ignore what happened on the peninsula, and that's where they got in big trouble because it's everything I can read, but the MLCC will protect those wineries from being able to do those. That's their right.
And
So,
Is it,
we will have a site review, right?
yeah,
This would be a situation where we'd have a site review, and so we can deal with individual situations
Yeah.
individually, right? We could require a berm, we could require, you know, landscaping, whatever, you know, would help depending on like what, you know, because it's not just like how close the buildings are together, as you said, it's also if it's up on, you know, if it's like on a hill, then everybody around it's going to hear the music no matter how, you know, close they are, right? So we can kind of deal with individual situations. We can customize the site plan.
you can only require what's written. I mean, and they have to offer other options if that might be, you know, you can't say to them, you have to do this. They have to offer in a review. I believe that's
Site
correct.
plan review? No, that's not true.
That this is, it's a special use, so it could be additional conditions.
Right.
So there is noise canceling equipment, and I think that would be a nice addition to add to this.
I think you're talking about something crazy there. Just the amount of money that it would take to do something like that.
I don't know. I just looked online and they said they had it. That they had noise canceling equipment. I don't know the
That'd be like a
pricing.
military use, I would think.
I don't know.
That sounds pretty intense.
Have you?
We
have you
ran
looked-
into this at Torch Lake too with when they did outdoor events under a tent. And it sits up on a hill and you've got all these homes along Torch Lake. And they shut down the music at 10 o'clock. And if people complained too much, they lowered the amps on whatever, and just knew that that was part of the, and they were very accommodating because they didn't want to have it shut down and not be an option. And I can't imagine if somebody goes to the expense of putting in a winery and all the equipment and all the hoops they're going to have to jump through with the state of Michigan to get it to that point, that they would want something that minor to keep them from making it successful. So,
And this is an on-site winery production on-site.
yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't read through this.
Well, I mean, it's the same ordinance that we've had.
Okay, yeah.
So what if, I mean, the attorney can tell us if it's, you know, if we can't do this. But I'm not quite clear on why we don't set a minimum size.
A ratio of building size to land.
Well, we can keep, I think depending on what we set that minimum lot size to, we might be able to keep the 7,000 square feet, or we could change it to a percentage. But I feel like for me, that's the only thing that's missing is that we
The
probably
lot
need
size?
to limit that smallest, you know, property size.
Yeah, because I really don't think you can start out with requiring a 20 acre, but after they go through, they can do their land divisions and bring it down to 5, and then they just have to have 2 2/3 acre in production.
Right.
Because why qualify? They'd have
Right.
to shut their business down because they wouldn't meet the minimum 20 acres. If they split it all up, they no longer qualify.
Right.
If they sold all their 20 acres, yeah, you have to,
So
you can't sell
You have
it.
to have,
You gotta have some, production approved on your property that's going into what you're creating.
yeah, I just, when I looked at, I can't imagine that, again, OMP didn't have it, but that they had subdivided their land, their 20 acres up into 5 acre parcels, and they had their winery on one parcel. I'm not sure if it's for tax reasons. I don't know.
But you're restricting it to a 20 acre parcel, period. So if they can't split up the 20 acres, they won't be able to continue operating the business. It would be null and void.
They can have smaller parcels as long as it
That add up to 20.
add up to 20 as long as they're contiguous. I
And
mean, you can't, I think there's an administrative issue in this as well. If there's like a winery on 2 acres and then you've got a bunch of other parcels scattered throughout the township that add up to 20, I don't know how the township's going to go and determine that
was-
it's all
Verified.
planted and then whether you transfer a property out of there, how does the township know?
So
Did you drop
That will
below
take
20?
care of Deb is out of here.
what do we think? What do we think? How should we word this then? What do you guys think?
I would add contiguous. I
Okay.
mean, I think
Yeah.
that,
So take out the last line that the 20 acres may be broken up into separate parcels. The winery shall own a minimum of 20 acres of property within Whitewater Township that are used in the production of products produced by the licensee. Take out the last, right?
What letter are you
Yeah.
on?
It's at the very, very last line of the ordinance.
Page 10 of our packet.
Page 10, yeah. Sorry.
E2.
Okay, but that doesn't say contiguous, so.
No,
So-
right.
Okay.
So we could say,
The 20 acre.
A minimum of
into
20
separate parcels, but
contiguous
must be
acres.
contiguous.
must be contiguous. Yep.
that's all, so you don't care if it's separate parcels then?
Well, if it's,
As long
No,
as they're
it-
all touching.
if they're all
Right.
touching.
No, no, I understand what
Yeah.
contiguous
I
means.
think I
but-
sent you
I think
some.
that's the spirit of the
Yeah.
cidery that has fruit on site.
20 acres of continuous.
May be
That's
broken
me.
up into
I'm not a
separate
farmer.
parcels, but must be
Contiguous.
contiguous. Contiguous with a G.
Contiguous,
Right,
yeah.
Yeah.
Property. 20 acres of contiguous property.
There, yes.
And then we'll take out that last line.
And I think it's super important that this is a special use permit, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So to Deb's point, anybody that's going to go through this process, it's a lot to do. And,
Very
Yeah.
lengthy.
you know, and if they do all that and then their use is abused, I think that's when it's a gray area and it's hard to. Well,
Well, that's easier said than done, quite
that's
honestly.
that's
I mean,
what I was going to say.
I don't-
The backtracking seems to be an issue.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Okay, so we're adding contiguous,
Taking out the last line.
right?
I think on the workshop, it was really nice that we got everyone to give their opinion. When could we do something like that, like a public hearing for this?
I think we're trying to do this at the March meeting.
I think we're to that, I mean, I feel like we're to that point where we need, maybe we're missing things. Maybe
Need
we're going to be
public input.
surprised on input of what people find concerning in and what people don't.
That's why I
So-
brought up the event barn, because when I saw that and the public response to it, I thought, "Ugh."
Yeah, the other part, although I would like to move it forward to March because I want more input from the public. Some of the public isn't back from Florida yet. So
Well, we can't.
I was just thinking of if we're going to do,
There's Zoom. I mean, we can't keep doing that.
And they can
Yeah.
comment on Zoom during a public hearing,
yeah,
so.
I mean, that's just a thought. And
Yeah.
if we're going to have a public hearings in April for this bundle, we could throw this one in there and just have a meeting of nothing but public hearings.
Well, we can decide to
That's,
table and continue it, I suppose, if we feel like we still don't have enough public input after
Okay.
the March
I'd like to
meeting.
circle back to the attorney's opinion on the amplified music too, so we ask that question point blank.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that's a great idea.
I don't really know. I looked back at his letter. I don't see the clarity I'd like to see on that.
Okay.
can I make a motion to have a public hearing?
Of course you can.
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah. I'll make a motion for a public hearing, next meeting.
I'll
For,
second it.
let's be more
Feldman?
specific. Do we have, we don't have,
What's this thing called?
yeah, we don't have an identification.
Consider the
on it.
draft on the cidery pros.
Draft winery ordinance,
Draft
public
winery
hearing.
ordinance?
Yeah. And yeah,
Wineries and cideries.
Wineries and cideries. It's vice versa.
Do I
yeah.
have a second?
Did you make would that include the change that you made about contiguous parcels?
I will change. I will make those updates. Yeah, I did.
Okay. I
I'll
just wanted
make
to
that, and
sure.
there's one other.
I'll restate it.
There's a grammar thing I noted I had to fix, and then there's also a typo. So I'll fix those two things.
Okay, so
Three things.
we still need a second.
Because.
I'll
yeah.
second it, Sherman.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to bring the winery and cidery draft ordinance to a public hearing. We need a roll call vote with the change to the last line.
And that's at the Wednesday, March 4th meeting, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Peltonen, yes. Trumbull,
Yes.
Sherman,
Yes.
Merchant,
Yes.
Milnick,
Yes,
Stratton.
Yes.
And I'm not gonna, DeYoung is not here. His name's on the list for the meeting, but
he's
I don't
not,
think I
he's
need
not
to call
present.
him.
Okay, that's great. So that's moving forward. The bylaws review.
Yep, did you have? No. Okay. All right.
So
On the bylaws? I wasn't clear on the email that you sent about the bylaws versus our agenda and the way the agenda is.
The way your agenda reads in
Oh,
the
yes.
bylaws
Yeah.
and the way your agenda is every meeting, there's some inconsistencies there. So if you want, just like if one of you guys aren't here and one of you win the lottery, or all of you do, the next people coming in are going to look at the bylaws and say, this is how I need to lay out the agenda. But they're not going back and looking at all the verbiage you put into your agenda because you kind of walk through step by step by step. But just if you want all that detail in there, put it in your bylaws. So anybody coming in,
Okay.
the next crew, they follow the same thing. But it's kind of up to you guys, but just make sure it's consistent.
Right, okay, so for instance, in section 9, order of business, in our agenda, we've broken down call to order, pledge of allegiance, microphone check, and in the bylaws, it's all listed under number 1, mic check, call to order, pledge of allegiance. So there are things like that we should make consistent. And I think what I would suggest is that we, in this case, for number 1, on the bylaws, that we change the bylaw so that it is written the same way as the agenda, with the mic check, the call to order, and the pledge of allegiance listed as separate items. Does
That
it sound
sounds
okay
good,
so
yeah.
far? Okay, and we'll vote on all of this at the end. And then I know Keith had added on our agenda, number 2, public comment. Item A was response to past meeting public comment, and that was to clarify when things were misstated by the public. And that's not listed in the bylaws, and I don't really have an opinion on that. I don't know what you guys think.
I'm not sure the point. So Pizza was suggesting that we have the
So
ability
it got added to our agenda where number 2A is response to past meeting public comment, and it's not in the bylaws.
Okay.
Section 2,
So it's 2A on our agenda.
oh, an our agenda.
Yeah, and it's not in the bylaws at all.
Rain, if I could, I think that was meant to be a one-time thing after some of the large
Right.
offsite meetings we had. And I
Right.
think maybe it just didn't get taken off.
Right, no, I understand, but I'm just saying, I just want to get input from everybody. Do we want to keep that or do we want to strike it?
I almost say strike it because it's all public comment.
Okay.
They could say whatever they want.
Well, they can, but I think the issue that surfaced was residents saying multiple times incorrect information and leaving it out there. And as we have a policy of not engaging in debates
Right.
with people, when the statements are made, it stands, and it's almost like, well, that must be true because nobody said it wasn't. And so,
Right.
Yeah, I think for a few of the meetings that we had, it was nice when Keith was able to address some things that were said.
yeah,
That part was nice.
Yeah.
The few times that we were able to do that, kind of set the record.
It's just a statement after someone says something. I could give an example at the meeting for it was the special assessment for Skikmog Point Road, and someone stood up and said, well, I don't even think you can make a decision here because it's not a meeting and you don't have a quorum. And there's only two board members, and it was because it was a special assessment meeting. It wasn't any decision-making meeting. And so right after the person made that statement, Linda said, this this is not a decision-making meeting, this is a special meeting. And that just clarified everything right there.
Yeah, so the difference is that that's happening in real time, right? When the statement's made and then it's clarified immediately after. And this is going back to like the previous meeting. And so do we need to have this on here, or can we just do what Linda did and clarify when something is misstated?
I'd rather clarify it at the point when it's
Yeah,
made
yeah.
rather than waiting
Okay.
a meeting.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna suggest then that we go with what Scott said and strike that, and we can clarify when something is misstated.
Yeah, because we do have a PC discussion at the very last thing. So why can't we just do it then?
Right, but unfortunately, sometimes,
If people are
I mean,
gone.
people are gone, and
Yeah.
and that happened at a board meeting when, people got up and public commented and then left. And then, okay, well, they can come and go if they please, for sure, but, they didn't get a chance to hear any clarifications or anything else, so.
So our clarifications would be at the end during the public comment.
That's what Sadie just said. I
That's-
think what I'm suggesting is that we can do it in real time, like that we can clarify.
I think
No?
that's difficult. I mean, I don't think you should engage with the public. I think they can say what they want. And then if there's an objective clarifying comment, that you can do it at the end of the meeting. If they leave, fine, but you put on the record, and it gives us potentially time. I don't know. I've just seen,
Well, we don't want it to turn into.
it becomes ad hoc,
I don't
and you
want
don't
that
want
either,
that.
yeah.
You do not want that. And then it gets emotional.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'll just use myself as an example. I might not be right. And I don't want to say that you're wrong, and I want to state that as a commissioner.
Yeah.
And then be wrong. So it's
Yeah.
Most of the time, it's been a misstatement of something that one of us said during the meeting, right? Like,
Well, there was one question about lawsuits that were involved in a bunch of lawsuits, and there was the language I can't remember exactly, but that's
30.
not true. Yeah, and it's like it's factually wrong,
Yeah.
and so when that gets said, and then subsequently repeated, it's kind of driving home that point, and it's like, well, how else can you respond? And I don't know.
It's factual. I think it's more factual.
Right.
Like when someone says, there's, I couldn't find the agenda on your website. You didn't have it on there. And then you can just say, well, if you go to the website and you go to the planning commission and then you look under that and the date of the meeting, you can click on that and bring it up. We're not going to argue points of like opinions and viewpoints.
right.
No, it's
Right.
the
It's not an
facts.
opinion situation,
Right.
but I do understand what you're saying.
The only thing I don't know if this would be something just the chair would speak, not all of us. That if we wanted to say something that we knew was wrong, it would still have to come from the chair. That's
I can support that, and if it's a factual issue,
yeah.
because then that way the meeting goes on with this incorrect fact out there that,
Right.
and we can correct it during conversation, but then, I don't know, I've been frustrated by that before too, and I've taken the path of not saying anything and
Yeah. And
regretted it.
Maybe we make a list and say, let's fact check that and follow up next meeting or something. I know that some townships, their planning commissions keep a running book of things that they need to work on or come back to, and they just pull that out and say, we need to still address these items at a future meeting.
Right. Which is kind of what
Right, what he had
this
there.
does. Yeah.
I like that.
You like,
And I have no doubt that we could probably answer objectively simple things, but I just found if you let the public say their piece, and even if they're wrong, you just sit there and take it.
Yeah.
And then we can make a list, and then we can memorialize, some things were of concern to the community, and we'd like to state these facts. And, whether that's through the website or it's on the record, that's what I would do. And at the PC, the number 11 PC discussion. So there's late public comment, right?
right.
And then we're allowed to respond, correct or not? Is that
Deliberate.
During number 14 PC discussion and comments.
It's been pretty loosely
But that's more of a, where you can interact with the public?
No, well,
Or
you
not?
could just, no amongst
No,
ourselves.
it's amongst us,
Oh,
but
amongst-
sometimes we do talk about what was said.
So they're just listening
So they
to.
can hear our response.
And
Well-
they've usually left by then.
Right, well, but it's on the record, I mean,
Right.
you know, and that's,
Yeah. And I'm definitely guilty of this. When I'm misquoted, it's very difficult for me to, like when we were talking about the January 21st workshop, and I said that there would be cards and the address would be optional, and then two people spoke up and said, you can't require people to put their address down. Well, I did say that it's optional.
right.
So it's hard to let that stand, and maybe I just need to work on my self-control. But when it can be difficult to hear something yourself misquoted when you know that.
Well, for that example, I would say the number 11, like when we have the PC discussion, I would say, state what was said in the public comment, and I just would like to say this to the commission, that I want to reiterate that it was an optional and it wasn't required, and
Which I believe we did.
Yeah.
We did, yeah. That's how we handled it. But
Yeah, it's hard to bite your tongue.
yes,
I know there was one meeting too where it got, I can't remember what it was about now, but it got a little bit heated, and Keith had said the next meeting he brought up what was said, and he said he needed to let everybody cool off and then address the topic. So I think that's when it was appropriate too, to
right,
Yeah.
right.
let everybody relax and then bring it back up at the next meeting and follow up with what was said in the previous public comment. Because it was something that was at the end of the meeting too.
90% of the time what will work, or 98%, is the 2%. Then you get, you don't want commissioners saying, you're wrong, and I'm not saying that's what we're saying, but it just gets emotional sometimes.
Yeah.
We would never say that, by the way. No, I'm serious. We would never.
No, I understand that. I might do that.
Just so that.
We want to, we'll strike it and just handle that in PC discussion and comments at the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. What else?
I've got the one on page 18 if you have other ones in between.
Oh my gosh, I've totally lost my place here. So the subcommittees.
Yes, item B says subcommittee meetings are not meetings under the Open Meetings Act. And that's true, but subcommittee is a broad envelope here, and we should probably just strike that and not make that statement. Because there could be a subcommittee of a quorum of the planning commission that gets advertised, and it would be subject to the Open Meetings Act. So it might be just better just to eliminate B.
The special meetings portion?
Yeah, just eliminate B
Yeah, the whole thing.
and just read, and then let's not get into that. Well, page 5 of 10. That's very top.
The subcommittees?
Striking it, right?
Yeah,
Just proposed, yeah.
right. And the other thing that talks about that is the 3A, they talk about a quorum. And I'm not really sure why you would have a subcommittee that would be making decisions where you'd need a quorum. Depends if they're writing an ordinance.
Yeah,
Hypothetically, if you had 2 or 3 people that wanted to work on a short-term rental ordinance from the planning commission and they wanted to meet in a work study type atmosphere.
That's not what this is, though, because a subcommittee can't have a quorum of PC members.
Okay.
So that's in here somewhere. So I understand that, you're right. But a subcommittee is gonna have 1 or possibly 2 PC members. So I just felt like it made it sound more like it's a decision-making group, and I don't know if that's what we want to convey or not.
Well, if you look at number one, there could be an executive committee, which would be the chair, vice chair, and secretary to consider things like budgets, contracts, and things like that. And that would be,
3 people is not a quorum though, right? 4 is a
No.
quorum.
However, if we only have 6 members, I mean, I don't know, how, does it go?
I think three wouldn't be a quorum, would it? Even with 6, yeah.
Yeah, it's, I'm sorry, it's 4 of 7, but if you have 4 or, it has to be over half, so 3 of 6 might.
Wouldn't work,
Right
right?
now, it would not be, I don't know if if you're going with quorums.
Has the supervisor accepted the resignation? I don't know how.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see a response.
he said his resignation is effective immediately, but our bylaws say you serve until your
60 days.
successors.
Days, yeah.
So I don't know where that puts us, but
But and that's not, I mean, David's was the same way, I think.
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's why Linda didn't appoint right away either. She considered him still on the books until she appointed somebody.
Oh,
So,
So the board will accept the resignation at the next meeting, and then, yeah, because
Yeah.
okay, so
supposed to-
if nobody else is concerned about that, then we'll just move on. I know that there's been a lot of concern about open meeting acts and subcommittees and versus research groups and decision-making groups and
Yep.
things like that.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
We're Michael.
Welcome aboard, Mike.
Yep, I'm ready.
is it, I don't know,
We can revisit that at a later date. Okay, but we're gonna strike, we're striking 3B. Did anybody have anything else?
delete, you said 3B, and was that it? Oh, just,
And the agenda.
Yeah, the modifications to the agenda.
but that's not modifying the bylaws, it's modifying the way we're doing that.
Well, it's, part of it was modifying the bylaw, right? Because we were changing, where is that page? There it is. We were changing in section 9, order of business, number 1, the mic check, the call to order, and the pledge of allegiance are all lumped together. So that's gonna be modified so that it actually follows the way our agenda is, today is written.
So you want it listed 1, 2, 3?
Yeah.
And not just all one line?
Right.
Okay.
So number 1 will be call to order. Number 2 will be the mic check, and then number 3 will be the roll call, and number 4 will be the pledge of allegiance, right? Oh, no, I did that wrong, sorry. Number 1 is call to order, number 2 is pledge of allegiance, number 3 is mic check, and then number 4 is roll call. Sorry.
And then just adjust all the numbers.
Right.
Okay.
If nobody has anything else, can I have a motion to amend our bylaws as discussed? Can I
I'll make
just-
that motion, Melnick.
I'll second Merchant.
Do we need a roll call vote, you think, for this?
I would think so.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm just going to go around the room. Milnick,
Yes.
Yes.
Sherman, Stratton,
Yes,
Merchant,
Yes.
Schrumbel,
Yes.
Pelton, and yes.
thank you. Okay. The fence ordinance we discussed with Givels Webster. So that's still being researched. The outside venue ordinance update, I don't believe we have an update on that.
I'm gonna keep the fence going.
I'll probably take it off of the agenda, I think,
I
until
don't
we
think it
hear
was
back.
intended to be in the packet in the
Yeah.
full way it was
Okay.
presented, so I don't know what.
Because did we
I'm just wondering if
we
we want to.
refused that?
Right,
Well, But,
we said we needed to do more
we're-
research.
yeah, we essentially tabled it.
Right.
I mean, it's a,
Hey,
it's a proposed amendment. You can't just ignore it. I mean, it has to be, but we can't,
But what they specifically, oh, wait,
Because
okay.
they just want it changed to 7 feet across the board.
So what does that do
But
to,
we're not gonna do it that way, so
So
can
we
we just
should,
deny
we
it?
could just go ahead and vote.
yeah, shouldn't we just deny it then?
To deny?
you can do that. That's an
Okay,
option.
so
I mean,
then,
versus
I'll-
just,
But I think what we identified was the need to address fences in a more significant way, that you just can't change the number. And then
right.
I think we just asked Giffords Webster to help us do that. So
Right.
it just falls down the priority list a little bit.
Is it?
so
motion
it's similar to Rachel's motion for the short-term rentals. So we can,
But Rachel's was ultimately turned down. We sent a recommendation to the township board to deny that amendment.
right, to allow time for research. And isn't that the same thing we're doing with the fence?
Yeah, although,
Because we're not gonna follow the same wording that they're requesting.
Right, like the one they submitted was just that simple switch. So if we're not gonna do that, then is that a denial? Is it?
I think we realized that to address fences properly, we need a lot more work
Right.
Way more,
on
yeah.
that. We have a number of other
So-
things we're trying to do, and which we never really got into the discussion further about how soon we would want to address this.
But in the meantime, should we vote on it in order to not leave it hanging? Like similar to what we did with the short-term rental ordinance.
Well, we can
I think
take the
that's the
position
question.
that it's going to be more complicated than just simply changing that. We don't think we're changing the one number as proposed. We're not under any obligation to perfect the amendment that was provided by
Right,
the applicant, much like we weren't with Rachel's
right.
Yeah.
amendment. There was a lot of work to do. I mean, we realized there were a lot of issues that were not addressed in that, and so that's an option to
And I
do it
think,
that way.
I think it's a slippery slope if you start changing numbers in our ordinance for one
Well, there's
individual for the whole
two
township.
sentences, I think, in how fences are addressed with, and even before that, there was in the definitions. It wasn't even in the ordinance itself, so we put it in the ordinance where it belonged. But
I mean,
So,
I'm fine with doing it with that approach. If you,
Okay.
Is there an option to table it?
that's what
we've
we
already,
did.
Yeah,
we did
I don't
table
wanna-
it,
There's no
Um,
sense
Table
in
it,
kicking
but-
it down because we're not gonna do it.
yeah, it just feels
that
like we're
way.
just, yeah, like not,
right?
like let's
Okay.
take an action, which we took an action by assigning it to
Okay.
them to help us, right? So
Okay,
like we,
So let me suggest that we actually write up a position on this,
Mhm.
and bring that to the next meeting.
With our,
Says with this amendment that we're going to get to it, but this is not a simple change. And then give that as a recommendation to the board so they can act.
to
okay,
deny the amendment,
Yeah,
yeah.
we
I
have
think
to have a
like that just
reason.
feels more of like an action step than,
Yes.
We just
Then
want
leaving it.
to be subjective.
okay.
because it is showing, I mean, we are taking
Yeah,
action on it.
well,
We are, but
Yep.
we're not gonna use that amendment anyway, so we might as
yeah,
well.
so and then,
deny it.
I mean, that was the point that our attorney made, that we're not, just because somebody gives you an amendment, and you see that it's flawed and it doesn't deal with everything we should, we're not obligated to drop everything that we're doing and fix their amendment and move it forward,
Yeah,
which is kind of what we're being asked to do. Not intentionally, I don't think, but.
Right. So do we need to make a motion to the board
To
to recommend?
Why don't we just
denial?
bring that to the next meeting, and,
Okay.
and then we'll actually have something that, with a motion on it, that we can
Perfect.
think about it. And
That sounds good.
Okay.
Okay. So the outside venue ordinance update, I'm just gonna remove that from the agenda for next month if everybody's okay with that.
Yes.
Because I don't think we have the bandwidth to focus on that right now.
I just want to give you a quick heads up. The new Coyote Joe's going in where Mr. C's is. He has plans to possibly do an outdoor event for the 4th of July week, the same time Cherry Capital or Cherry Festival is going on, and bringing in some big names. And so he's got some big ideas. Right now, if somebody wants to do an outdoor event, they come and pay $150 for profit, and I approve it. But I don't have any criteria on ramifications or things they can't do or parking or any of this.
Or noise.
And this could be huge. And I also have a wedding that someone wants to do over on Drake Lane that is contacting me and reaching out. So I have 2 that are coming that are going to be outdoor events. And obviously they'll do the sand drags again this summer as well. So just something to keep in the back of your minds. I think the fire chief actually presented something a few months ago about outdoor venues. And I don't know if anyone still has that detail, but I don't know if somebody wants to take that particular item on. I know Keith had it, but it didn't really grow any legs. But just something to think about.
I could do some research on outdoor events.
Okay, thank you. Okay, capital improvement plan, ideas of how to proceed. I had a couple of questions about this. I know that the board has sent out a request for a proposal, or no?
We haven't done that yet.
Okay. Has a budget been set? It seems like it can go either way. Like a budget could be set and then we come up with the plan and, and see what we can do with the given budget, or we come up with a plan and then they figure out the budget based on that.
I think the idea was to identify projects that would want to do in the next 5 years and identify costs
Okay.
and potential funding for those projects.
Okay, so we're going to identify projects and funding options first.
Yes, and then, so I had written an RFQ before for some architectural support so that if we need to look at cost estimates for enlarging this building or for any other.
Deferred maintenance, all that sort of
for
stuff.
the things that the fire station's a big one, obviously.
Right. That was my next thing, was fire and police. So do we have information from them?
Well, I do have a file from the fire chief that just came to me last week that has the prior design of the fire station shown at Cram Road and Elk Lake Road. That's out there. It was done some time ago.
So a brand new station.
Yes.
Okay. And then we would create a formal inventory of all property and assets, including deferred maintenance and condition assessments, and that's something that the architects would do?
Well, we need, if we're going to talk about building expansions and new construction, we need to get somebody to help us with that cost estimating. And there was a study that was done by CM2 out of Gaylord that did a quick review of this building and potential to expand it. Question is, do you expand this building? Do we build new? Do we, I don't know.
Okay. So, and then there's a public input component to this as well.
Yes.
And so I'm trying to figure out like the timeline.
Well, Denise has that example from Leland. I'm not.
Yeah, I was just going to look it up and send it to everybody, or I'll do it when I get home. But maintenance generally isn't considered a part of the CIP.
Right.
Any maintenance requests.
Oh, okay, because what I was looking at, they did include some deferred maintenance, like adding air conditioning and things like that. No?
Yeah, I think that kind of works into it. I mean, we've got
Might be a
Band-Aids
capital.
put on this building here to make this work, and do we continue doing that, or do we stop putting bad money after good, or whatever the term is?
Right.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is this something, do we want the research group to start working on this in March? Okay.
I don't know, it would be nice, because this is the development of the township, to have somebody who's been a long-term resident here, maybe 20, 30, 40 years or something like that. That they have an idea of where, people want to know, they want to think about the development of the township, and sometimes knowing where you've already been helps you go, forward.
Well, the research group has at least 2 long-term residents that I can think of. Is that what you're referring to?
I don't know who
No, but is that what you mean? That
yeah,
we want, okay.
Yes,
So-
somebody who has like a CFO.
Well,
No. I mean, somebody that has some type of.
that was gonna be David.
It was gonna be David, yeah.
Yeah.
He was all excited about
I
it.
was
But
going
there
to
might be-
graciously hand him my sash.
Maybe you can get him to work on it as a off, we'll talk this summer when he's
Oh,
back.
maybe.
He might
Yeah.
do it
Yeah.
as a side,
Yeah, as a project.
as a little RO.
WG.
Yeah.
We ask him really nicely.
Yeah. He seemed pretty enthused about that. It was kind of work he did, I guess.
Right.
Denise is still
Um,
living next door.
Okay, so can you get me whatever you have so that I can share it with the research group in March?
Well, it's Denise.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's Denise.
it's just Leelanau County. If you go to their search line and type in capital improvement plan, it'll show you. But it's great. It explains what is a capital improvement plan. How do you do a capital? It's the first like 5 pages of it.
Right.
So it gives you a really good feel and background on that, and it's easier probably to find that than in my email.
Okay. Okay, great. And then noise ordinance ideas of how to proceed.
Yeah,
Sounds
I
like
think that was we were going to review it and maybe put a number like 50 decibels on it that other townships have, just to be able to quantify something.
Who's gonna
above.
measure that?
Phone apps.
How's it? It's not calibrated to stand up anywhere. I mean, who's gonna?
I called the courts and asked them, and they said that all evidence presented in court would be used. And the judge can make a decision, but, and then another person told me if you have an ordinance that the, and, like decibels, that the police have to enforce it. And if they don't, I said, what if they don't have the equipment? They said they have to get the equipment because they have to enforce all the laws. I don't know. That was just 2 opinions. But one was from the court clerk in Grand Traverse
I
County.
think that'd be terribly difficult to enforce.
Yeah,
Just
but
gotta have
if you,
someone with the equipment there.
it's, for the police it'd be like $200 for an official one. But
Who's gonna
then,
do it?
I mean, when I talked to Grand Traverse County, I called like the actual police department. I talked to the officers up there. They said,
they don't have.
"Yeah,
any-
we don't have that. That's way too expensive. That's why we don't buy one."
It's,
And that's why he even said that there was only one police department he knew in northern Michigan that had it. I can't remember which one it was, but he said he doesn't even know anybody that actually owns one.
yeah. And I understand that, and police departments have a budget like everybody else. There are, I looked it up on the pricing, there's quality for court use that's like $200-300, which isn't that much. But you have to have it in the right police car, if someone calls in to do a noise complaint. That's nearly impossible.
I guess
But, it shouldn't, if you write 50 decibels in, and that's just considered normal conversation, people should be able to understand that. This would only be used for people who don't get along with each other for a long period of time.
I think we need to do more research on that. I can do some more
Yeah.
research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also wondering, it seems
to
like we're
Amazon
having to
and
look
look at
into a
theirs.
lot of general ordinance type stuff that is not usually part of our purview.
That's true.
You can,
And
and look at
we're
Milton
kind of
Township
loaded up
for their
right
decibel.
now. Is there a reason why that's happening? Like why we're being asked to work on general
Well,
ordinances?
I think it's just because it bleeds over from the zoning, because they rely on the noise ordinance, or they rely on the other things that are general ordinances. Private roads, they were all set up originally as
Special
general
events.
ordinances, not part of the zoning, so. It's just that they haven't been really updated. They were just.
No, I understand that. I'm just wondering. It just seems like we've got a lot on our plate right now.
We do.
We do.
And is there somebody else that can pick up that slack, and
Well, I mean, ultimately, it's the town boards. The general ordinances fall directly under the town board. It's just that there's a history of private road ordinance and other things that they asked the planning commission to look at, but
could we
it's
ask
not
them to
really
look
a
at the noise
statutory.
ordinance?
What's that?
I said, could we ask them to look at the noise ordinance? Okay. Yeah, I'm just concerned about like how, you know, in the capital improvement plan, that just like how we're getting through all of this with the short-term rentals and
Yeah.
there's sort of a lot of big items. Okay,
I know, I think we're just playing catch up here, quite honestly, in the township, if you, I just put it succinctly here.
okay. All right. Any new business?
Not new, but kind of new since the beginning of the meeting. Wendy handed out these education planning commission member forms. If you can just fill them out and give them back to me, I'll give them to her. Yeah, and any more ideas on goals for 2026? We have the review parcels on M72 for overlay district. Public hearings, developing a CIP, the winery ordinance, the outdoor venue, events.
Short-term rentals?
Short-term rentals, yeah.
How could I forget that? Short-term rental ordinance,
And the noise ordinance.
and the noise ordinance for review.
Stormwater ordinance would be good too.
Thank you. And stormwater.
Acme Township has a real short one, sweet one. It's only like 2 pages.
Okay.
Stumbled upon it today.
Our next meeting is March 4th at 7 PM. Do we have any public comment? Is there anybody on Zoom for public comment?
And I
Or do
will
we
give
not
you
allow
a
that?
Hearing notice for the March 4th meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Your agenda states that public.
Not, yeah, only for public hearings, my mistake. Okay, action items for PC members. Michael, you have a number of things that you're gonna be doing.
Yep.
So don't forget.
Welcome to the PC.
Welcome. That didn't take long, did
Thank
it?
you for diving right in. Now, just to remember that because of the Open Meetings Act, we can't have like group discussions online.
Yep.
So if you're sharing information, you need to either do it in smaller groups or you need to make sure that it says do not reply all.
Okay,
When you're
Send it to me and I will get it
I'll-
distributed to everybody.
yeah,
I'll do
send
that.
it to Deb.
I'll work with
Yeah,
her.
Yeah.
that's great.
It's simple.
Scott has also offered to do
Yep.
some research.
Noise ordinance, and I'll also look at that stormwater research.
Okay, great. Anything else? Any other action items besides what we've
Yeah,
already discussed?
I think
You and I are doing
in the annual report.
the report and the budget.
in the budget. And we're going to meet with Wendy.
Yes.
Send her a text to let her know you would be.
Okay, thank you.
Are you going
I'm gonna
to
edit the, Deb, when do I
prepare a
have to
new
get that?
bylaws or with the
edited.
changes we approved?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I will.
Be my Monday,
Yeah,
because I'm gonna put it to the paper Monday, so I'm gonna need it on the website.
Okay,
by
I
the
can-
next week. 15 days prior to the 4th of March.
okay, I'll edit it
It's gotta be in the paper. so-
ASAP, then I'll send it. I mean, they only have a few things to fix on there, so that won't be bad.
Continuing education. Wanted to talk about that.
April.
Oh,
Yeah,
Everyone
So
got the
it's-
flyers?
yeah.
the in-person, it doesn't say how many days it is.
4 days.
4 Tuesdays?
12 hours. It's a 12-hour training. But it,
Okay.
you can knock it out in about a month and a half. It's a little over a month. It's not every week, but it's.
The citizen planner training.
You can do it online.
Yeah, you can do it online if you want.
But Wendy needs to know which one you wanna do so she can sign you up. So, and I know that, that IMAP training, most of those are way far away, and I don't know how many people wanna go to Frankenmuth or Kalamazoo.
I hear it's a really fun town.
Kalamazoo is a fun town.
No, well, yeah, but Franken was
Oh, I was like, I go back to my college stomping ground.
fried chicken. Okay, and the MAPS official training, is that the same thing?
Yes.
You talking
What we just talked
the one
about?
Joe's doing? That's not.
Stand by your map. I plan to go to that meeting that night. Well, I was going to go to that meeting that night, but now we have a
Public hearing.
meeting and a hearing, so.
We ruin everything for you,
what?
Deb.
I may not even need to be there for that hearing, since it's something you guys are doing on your own.
right.
I'd rather go to the stand by your map, get the information, I'll bring it back to you guys, how's that?
It's fine.
I'll volunteer to go have dinner for free.
Yeah.
And I'll bring the information.
Okay.
And take pictures of the sides.
Yeah.
The photo.
They usually will do a good job of, after those presentations.
They'll share it.
Give you a roll-up of it.
Yeah.
A printed version of it.
They'll send it to you via email. I try to share that stuff when I get it.
Okay.
That's why I posted a couple things on the wall over here about how many residences we are lacking in Grand Traverse County, 11,000 residences. So
You mean, homes?
homes, condos, apartments, 11,000 is the need right now, 20,000 by 2050.
Gross.
So I don't know what impact short-term rentals will have on that, but that'll reduce it even more.
That came up at the research group last night.
So,
Okay.
Thanks for being here and helping out.
Thanks,
I'm
Deb.
Thank you, Deb.
Yes.
3 o'clock, so I'm gonna go home
Crossing
and
his
put
legs.
him out.
Okay.
thank you, Deb.
Thank you
If
for
there's
being
nothing
here.
else, can I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn this meeting. Merchant.
I will second it, Melnick.
Melnick seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
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 10,
Thank
20.
you guys for sticking it out.